Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I got a little bit of time before I got to go to work tonight, so we can get at least what, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, about 4 hours. Yeah, we can get about 4 hours in. And, yeah, we'll see if we can get our Javazon through Nightmare difficulty. Sounds like fun. Before we get started, as always, let's go ahead and hit that intro button. All right, let's get started. I need my Diablo 2 do 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 do. Diablo 2 do 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 do. Nothing ever opens on the monitor that I want it to open on. Oh, there's a BattleNet update. Updating BattleNet. Your mom's a BattleNet. Let's get some music bumping too. Why not? Got a little bit of music. I kind of liked the surprise me category, even though there was some weird ones in there that I needed to skip every now and then. It was neat to have like random doojanks just playing. Just random songs. I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't even know what this song is. The song is weird. It's a weird song. It's a weird song for weird people. What's up, Nerdy Devil Dog? What's up, Rockin' Game USA? What's up, Swordman Ren? What is the Assy McGee thing in my thumbnail? What? What are you talking about? You talking about the you're talking about the sign. The sign from Kingdom Come Deliverance. If you guys didn't watch my Kingdom Come Deliverance stream, you guys missed out. There was tons of fun stuff in there. There was a bar. It was called the oh man, what was this bar called? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Anyway, the bar had a sign, and this was the sign for the bar. I liked it, so I stole it, and I'm using it in my thumbnails. There was a couple really good ones from Kingdom Come Deliverance. If you guys haven't watched my Kingdom Come Deliverance streams, you guys gotta watch my Kingdom Come Deliverance streams. Those are hilarious. First day, I'm pretty sure I had people in stitches, like just dying laughing the entire time. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is an amazing RPG. I would highly recommend it. I guess I do need to eventually get a a review video up, I suppose.
Greetings. Greetings.
Alright, off we go into the wild blue yonder. Off we go into the wild blue yonder. Here we go into the sea.
Hello.
What's up, Decker Tremaine? Alright, so we need 109 decks. And we need... we're probably going to need more strength eventually, but... The loathe pylum. A pylum of loathing. I loathe you. Let's see. Running an insight merc, so it's not too bad. Let's just get one row of mana. A full row of Didujank. We could actually also upgrade Arathas at this time. That is an option. We could do the shale earth. P diamond. Shale earth. P diamond. Diamonds. If tier tile if eld. Where my shales go? I ain't got no spot for the shales. Yo mama has a shale, yo daddy has a shale, everybody got a shale, yo mama got a shale. Daddy got a shale, yo mama got a shale, and your mama is a shale. Can't remember what it is. A shale tile. P diamond, I think. So we can get our belt upgrade. '88 strength. So rude. So rude. Oh well. I guess we're gonna have to wait. How often do I live stream? 365 live streams a year. That's about my average. There's 365 days in a year, and although I don't live stream every single day, sometimes I live stream multiple times per day, and it averages out to something about 365 live streams a year. In other words, you could pretty much say, not exactly, but you could pretty much say every single day. There are days that I miss occasionally. But I make up for that by streaming extra. Also, the sheer number of hours that I stream is pretty insane as well. Since my streams are usually 8 hours minimum. Not always. Sometimes they're less than that, but... like, I'll stream like 8 hours a day, like every single day, pretty much. Sometimes 12, sometimes freaking 24 hours in a single day. Depends on what's going on that particular day. Usually has to do with launches and things like that. Like launch days, I might go a little overboard, and I'll have like maybe like 2 12-hour streams in the same day. Spam calls, man. They get me at this point where they just call me like back to back from like multiple numbers at the same exact time. It's kind of funny because they give themselves away. Well, I wonder if they're spam callers. They only happen to call like 3 different numbers at the same exact moment from 3 different states. All different numbers. I'll take that beautiful topaz. I can put that in my drink. I lost some resistances for losing the set bonus. Unfortunate. my phone charging because I'll need it for later tonight. Like to watch my TV shows. Oh yeah, that's right. I got my earbuds too. All my earbuds. Let me get these two janks charged too. It's so much easier to listen to your TV show when you don't have to have the phone near your ear. A 4-socket F broadsword? What the hell? 9% enhanced. Could that be useful for anything really, game? Like, I'm racking my brains here trying to figure out exactly what you could use that for. That's kind of a cool job. Music online. It was taking a while to load. Let's go to Diablo 2.io. They got a nice little tool for figuring out whether you could make a rune word in something. So let's just do item group, swords, rune word sockets, 4. We got spirit, of course, which is a no-go because it's an ethereal weapon and like we want physical damage. Oath would never make that in a low tier sword. Voice of Reason. No, none of those are like low tier recipes. Let's just try melee weapons. There's really nothing. I mean, I guess technically you could use it for a low level merc. It's an oddity, that's for sure. An oddity. You know what, instead of Hawanans, which we don't really need, I'll keep that in here. Let's put Razor Tail on for right now, until we can put the strength points in. Get a little bit more pierce, doesn't hurt. That way our lightning bolts go through the monsters easier. A zombie head of poopiness. This character has one of the easiest times in the game getting through like normal and nightmare. She's really going to slow down in hell difficulty when we start running into lightning immune after lightning immune after lightning immune. It's going to be rough on her. Hopefully by then we'll have a halfway decent what's the term I'm looking for? Melee weapon, like decent damage. Let us see if we can what we can find in the stash too. I may have hung on to some things that could potentially be good for this particular character, melee damage wise. Some like javelins and stuff that might have thought would be good for a like throw barb. I have to go pilfer the mules. I hang on to stuff for forever. Anything that I think might be useful gets thrown onto the mules, so we'll see. I could have something. I like this. Why does this remind me of like Final Fantasy VII or something? Final Fantasy VI? Guess sounds like Final Fantasy VI a little bit. Like during the cathedral mission with like the opera. Oh yeah, the belt gave me dexterity. Everything fell apart when I took the belt off. It's terrible. Who the hell is this guy? Like I've searched the entire sewers level 3. Is he up here? Oh, good. There he is. Oh, my weapon broke. Dang it, and I can't use the other one. Oh, wait, hold on. Dang it, and I can't use the other one.
How may I help you?
That's right, give my doojangs.
Atma has been avenged.
Atma has been avenged. What's up, Darkado? What's up, DeWaltz? What are you looking at me like that for, Cody? What'd I do? You got an itchy butt? Did you plug the chinchies? Did you get your toys? Where's your toys at? Where's your ball? Where's your alligator? Where's his horn? Always got to remind him that he's got toys. Always, like he forgets. His brain just it fuzzes out like a snap, like a crackle pop, and then he forgets he's got toys. There's his alligator. There him is. Mister's alligator. Oh. Random pair of blood fists. I don't think I need any blood fists. 51 attack rating. Yay, the lightning monsters aren't immune to lightning yet. I prefer sewers, but if you're doing single player, I prefer sewers. Online, I prefer LK. Really depends on what you're doing. I mean, it's gonna be a long road no matter what. Unless you want to use my seed code exploit. And you can have as many burr runes as you want. And then transmute up. No, Murph died.
Good evening.
Heal me, Atma.
Ask and learn. I'm back.
Give me back my winch. I think I'm pretty much done with D4 this season. I want to get some D2 time in. D2's been on the back burner because of all of the game releases, and like there was the Season 6 expansion launch, and then there was the Path of Exile 2 launch, and then there was the Season 7 launch, and yada yada yada. I want to get some D2 time in. No more D2. No more D4 for a little while. Maybe when the next Diablo 4 season starts. Might be back for the next Path of Exile season 2, we'll see. Let's do a tree. Very mediocre. Nothing special about that. Double up to F Twitch. What's up, Stizzle? Oh, I got a new affiliate today. I got an affiliate for some energy drinks. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Dubby. I actually ordered some. I'm gonna be drinking them myself. Actually, I always need energy drinks every now and then. This way I'll have my energy drinks whenever I need them on hand. They got a partnership with Solo Leveling, which is one of the animes I've been watching. I actually really like Solo Leveling. I liked it so much I actually started reading the online manga, instead of waiting for the weekly episodes that were trickling out. It was really starting to annoy the crap out of me. The Jink was just like, "Here, have one piece of popcorn." Like, oh, thank you for my single piece of popcorn. Oh yes, this is so nice. I like this a lot. It's so delicious. Can I have another piece? No, you have to wait till next week for your second piece. But I want it now. And so I went and started reading the manga because I was sick of waiting for the single episodes. If you guys haven't seen Solo Leveling, it's pretty good. I like it. The beginning is brutal. Like it's such a brutal anime to start out with. I really don't want to like ruin it for you guys. It's kind of hard to. The first couple episodes is very interesting and could be spoiled really easily. So once you get past the first couple episodes, then you get into like the more like the meat and potatoes of the show, which is also interesting. But for the whole first part of the show, you're kind of just like lulled into this false sense of security. Anyway, definitely if you like anime, definitely check out Solo Leveling. I think it's great. I think you will enjoy it a lot. I think you will like it a lot. Anyway, the segue into that was that Dubby has like some energy drinks which are branded with solo leveling on them, which I thought was really cool. I have no idea what they taste like, but I got some. And if you want to get your own energy drinks and support the channel, I have plastered the link all over the place, but if you guys haven't seen it yet, I'll put the affiliate link in the description for you guys. I mean, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. You purchase something from the link, and I think it's like 10% or something like that. You get 10% off, and I think I get like 10%. I don't like coffee? No, I don't like coffee. I hate coffee. I have a seething hatred of coffee, which extends into the afterlife. Like, I'm pretty sure that after I'm dead, and like if I become some sort of undead skeleton, that like that'll probably be my weakness. Like you know how every monster seems to have a weakness? Like, that'll be my weakness. Like, you'll know it's me when you throw coffee at the skeleton, and the skeleton like shrieks in horror and like falls into a pile of dust, because that will be me. I will be the skeleton that shrieks in horror if you throw coffee at me. I can't even stand the smell of coffee, Darkodo. I think it's disgusting. Like, I walk down the coffee aisle, and as I walk down the coffee aisle, I literally, like, cover my nose, because I think even the smell of coffee is disgusting. I don't like the taste of it. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like anything about it. I am firmly and 100% convinced, and nobody's ever going to convince me otherwise. I am 100% convinced that nobody likes coffee, and that coffee is disgusting, and you all are just addicted to it, and that's why you think it's good. Like, this is my logic reasoning trap, and you guys can't prove me wrong. Okay, this is my logic reasoning trap. I'm gonna explain it on the stream here. My logic reasoning trap is this: coffee tastes horrible, but coffee is addictive, right? People who drink coffee become addicted to coffee, so they become addicted. Then it tastes good. You know why? Because your body becomes addicted to the substance. So your body seeks out the substance, and then your brain starts to say to itself, "Oh, this is that thing that I like that gives me the addicted caffeine that's in it. This is the thing that gives me the pleasure, because it has the thing that I'm addicted to in it." So your brain starts to tell you a lie. Like, this is how I see it. This is a brain lie. So this is your brain lying to you and telling you that it tastes good when it doesn't actually taste good, because your brain wants the addictive substance. So the whole entire purpose is that your brain wants the addictive substance and is addicted basically to the coffee. That's the entire purpose. Your brain is addicted to the coffee. And because your brain is addicted to the coffee, your brain lies to you and tells you that it tastes good. And I think that anybody who is not addicted to coffee, so anyone who is not addicted to coffee, thinks coffee is disgusting. And that's literally how it goes. This is my logic trap, and you can't prove me wrong. Because if you drink coffee on a regular basis, then your brain is lying to you and your opinion is invalid. The only people whose opinion would be valid in this scenario is people who do not drink coffee, and the people who do not drink coffee because they think coffee is disgusting. So you cannot prove me wrong. How can you prove me wrong? You can get that energy from many, many other places. You can get it from energy drinks. You can get it from 5-hour energies. You can get it from caffeine pills. You can get it from 1,000 different places. You don't have to get your caffeine from that disgusting brown liquid. The disgusting brown liquid. yearn for the sweet, sweet release of ad time. AutoCast self has paid for ad time, guys, so thank him for the ads. I am now going to inject ads into the stream. Congratulations.
It's locked.
Is ad time up yet? I'm serious about the coffee thing too, and there's people who agree with me as well. Like there's people who I've talked to, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't understand how people drink that stuff. It smells awful. It tastes awful. Like I don't understand how people put that stuff in their mouth." So I feel validated in my opinion when I talk to other people, and they're basically like, "Yeah, this is disgusting. I don't know how people drink this. I don't know what's wrong with these people." And they're mentally imbalanced in the brain. I'm gonna dedicate my coffee dues every day to you two. You can drink coffee all you want. You're not putting it in my mouth. I mean, I don't care if you put it in your mouth. Like, it's disgusting. You know, but you know, that's up to you. There are flavored coffees. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, about that. They still disgusting. They're just disgusting with extra flavors on top. If I told you I had some vomit flavored food and it was okay because I sprinkled some peppermint in it and you know some various other like you know like flavors like peppermint cinnamon mocha or something, like I put some cinnamon and some peppermint and some chocolate in there. I mean it's still vomit, but now it's peppermint cinnamon mocha vomit. That's what it is. Peppermint cinnamon mocha. Bleh. I am highly convinced that that the people who even walk down the aisle and go, coffee smells so good. I'm pretty sure that those people are addicted as well because their brain is lying to them. They got the brain lies. Their brain's over there like, oh, it's that stuff we're addicted to. Oh yeah, that's the stuff we really want. Let's tell them it smells good, even though it smells like poop. Yeah, it smells good. Most of the benefits are just from the actual caffeine, but there are some benefits of the coffee itself. And believe it or not, a lot of serpentine skin. A lot of actually might be useful. She ain't got crap on her either. Really don't want to roll it though. Yeah, I'm too lazy for that. There are a lot of companies and energy drinks that actually extract the healthy components of coffee and put it into the energy drinks, so it's a moot point. If I can get the healthy component of the coffee outside of the coffee, then I'll do it that way. Like for instance, the W energy drinks have this thing in it. It's called let me pull up the link real quick. When you look at the formula, so on the formula list, you see it says right here, it says Neurofactors is a patented all-material extract made from high-quality coffee cherries. It contains prolific polyphenols that help to increase the production of brain-derived neurosynaptic factors. So in other words, like, even the stuff that's actually good in coffee, most of the companies are, like, extracting and putting into the energy drinks now. So honestly, like, the coffee doesn't have any... It doesn't have a leg to stand on anymore. No leg. It has no leg. There's leg, there is no leg. You'll never convince me that coffee is delicious. Never. Coffee is the poop. It is the poopies. It is the poopies.
I can't carry anymore.
Now, meanwhile, over there, Meow, who I haven't seen in like a dog's age. I don't know where Meow disappeared to. I'm worried about him. Maybe he died or something. Meow, don't die. If you're listening, Meow, don't die. Put like an arm in the air or something if you're alive. We're worried about you. We're going to make sure you're alive. Okay? Alright, anyway. Moving on. Meow drinks like, he literally has like coffee hooked up in an IV in his house. He got coffee on tap. That boy drinks more coffee than I've ever seen anybody drink in my entire life. And that's saying something. I've seen some coffee addicts in my day. I just got rid of a bunch of my perfects. I'm going to need to build back up a little bit. Did that crafting session and got nothing good out of it. My thing is, and this has always been my thing about coffee, or rather caffeine in general, is that caffeine is useful. And like, I'm getting these energy drinks, and you'll see me drink them on stream, but like, I'm not gonna just sit there and chug them every single day. Like, I don't understand that logic either. Like, people who have coffee every single day, like, they gotta have their coffee in the morning. I'm like, at that point, you're just addicted. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're just addicted to the coffee. Like, you're not actually getting the benefits of the coffee, because the caffeine doesn't give you any benefit if you drink it every single day. Like, it basically just turns into a what's the term I'm looking for? Like, your body becomes resistant to the caffeine. Essentially, it starts to build up in your system, and you get a tolerance. That's what it's called, a tolerance. You start to build up a tolerance for it, and eventually it gets to the point where the caffeine is useless and it doesn't do anything for you. Like, you're basically getting no effect from the caffeine whatsoever if you drink it every single day. And at that point, you're only drinking it to remove the negative consequences of the caffeine. So there is negative consequences of the caffeine, and like, just like any addiction, if you continue consuming the substance, you can put off the negative consequences of the substance, which is exactly what caffeine is, right? So you're literally just putting off the negative consequences by drinking it every day. But at that point, you're not getting the positive benefits of it anymore because you built up too much of a tolerance to it. If you're literally just chugging in like 4 or 5 cups every single morning, like it doesn't do anything. Like a lot of people don't realize, like, like when you have caffeine withdrawal gives you headaches, fatigue. Yes, that's right. It'll make you tired. So when you have caffeine withdrawal, it makes you tired. Irritability, flu-like symptoms, which may include nausea, vomiting, muscle pain, and stiffness, and also makes it difficult for you to concentrate. These are all the symptoms of caffeine withdrawal, right? So at a certain point, if you're just chugging caffeine every single day, and that's all you're doing, you just chug, 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 you're not getting the positive benefits of caffeine anymore. All you're doing is fighting off the negative effects of the withdrawal, right? So that's weird to me. Like, and I don't understand why people don't realize this. Like, you can't just chug it every single day. That's not how it works. You have to use it when you need it, and then stop using it when you don't need it, so that the next time you use it, you're not just relieving the negative effects of the caffeine. A lot of people don't realize this. They're like, "Oh, I'm tired in the morning. I need my caffeine to boost my energy." But if you're drinking it too often, you're not boosting your energy. You're just relieving the withdrawal symptom of a lack of energy from caffeine. Like, this is literally a withdrawal effect. Is you feeling tired? So then you drink the caffeine, and the caffeine relieves your withdrawal symptom, and it doesn't actually give you any extra boost. So imagine a math problem, right? So let's pretend that you have a normal energy of 100, right? So let's do this as a math problem so people understand. So let's pretend you have a normal energy of 100. This is your normal cap, okay? So this is your cap, all right? When you drink caffeine raises your cap to, say, like 150, all right? So you get a cap increase, so a plus 50 increase to your cap, all right, which brings you up to 150. This allows you to perform better, stay awake longer, like the whole 9 yards, right? Eventually, if you drink caffeine every single day, the positive effect goes away. So instead of it being plus 50, now it's just 0. All right, and if you don't take it, so when the withdrawal effect hits in, let's pretend that the withdrawal effect is negative 50. All right, this is just a math problem to show you how this works. So let's assume that the caffeine gives you a negative 50 when you're not taking it as a withdrawal symptom. This is the negative effect, right? So that means that when you are not taking caffeine, you end up at a cap of 50 energy, which means that now you are more tired and you tire out easier, right? Now, you drink the caffeine, and the caffeine removes the negative status effect, but doesn't increase your cap like it did before because you're now tolerant to it. So your tolerance cancels the plus 50, but drinking it cancels the negative 50, which means that you basically just end up right back at the cap of 100. So, in other words, if you drink caffeine too often, you lose the positive effect. You gain a negative effect. The negative effect disappears when you drink more, but you no longer get the positive effect. And so you're basically just at a wash. You're right back where you started. If you don't drink it as often, if you just imbibe in it when you need it and not every single day, then you retain the 50 cap and you can have that energy boost when you need it. But if you don't do this, if you don't like imbibe only as necessary and instead imbibe every single day, you lose this effect. This effect just goes away, and then you're pretty much just canceling out the negative 50 from the withdrawal, which is stupid. Use it wisely. That's right. Use your drugs wisely, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Ginger Gaming Mentor just told you. Use your drugs wisely. Stop using your drugs unwisely. What's up, Christopher? I don't know. I think caffeine is a powerful tool that you can use as will. Like, for instance, when you're really tired one day, or you haven't gotten enough sleep, or whatever it has that's going on, or maybe you're on like a really long shift and you just need to stay awake. Like, it's absolutely excellent for those time periods. And if you save it for those time periods, then you're better off. And tolerance is a very real thing, and your body builds up tolerance to things, and eventually the effectiveness of those, those drugs doesn't work on you anymore, like Tylenol and ibuprofen and Aleve and all sorts of other things. It doesn't matter which medicine it is, your body eventually starts to gain a tolerance to it, and once your body gains a tolerance to it, the effect of the medicine is diminished, and it keeps diminishing over time. That's one of the reasons why I try not to take medicine unless I really need it either, because I want my medicine to actually work when I take it. That way, when I pop 4 Advil because my head is killing me, the Advil actually works, because I haven't taken Advil in like weeks or months. Yeah, I'm a straight up a drug dealer in Kingdom Come Deliverance too. I was pumping out the Marigold decoctions and the listen, I was selling them janks for money for days. Most of the time when I get a headache, I just drink water. That's usually my go-to method. Believe it or not, a lot of the times if you have a headache, you're just dehydrated. You just need some water. Unless you got like migraines or something. Even then though, migraines are also triggered a lot of the times by dehydration. Where is Lost City? Is that Lost City over there? No, that's Far Oasis. A poignard. The hell is this music? I feel like this music belongs in like a Disney movie or like a Disney Christmas movie. What the hell is it called? Strings in the Air by Jan Schneeberg. Warcry saves? I'm not really sure what you mean by Warcry save. I mean, I don't think stabs are usually the best choice when it comes to barbarian Warcries, if that's what you're asking. I mean, it seems kind of odd to me that a class that has the ability to dual wield and can get the most effectiveness out of that dual wielding would choose to not dual wield. Seems a little weird. I mean, I guess you could do it. I mean, like, you have access to things that most people can't even dream of, like dual suicide branches or, which I think is like one of the best combos for Warcry barbarians, isn't it? Like dual suicide branches with like the 50% increased attack, faster cast rate, and then the yeah, 50% faster cast rate, and the +1 skills on both, so you get +2 and 100% increased speed, and then they also come with a bunch of like mana on them or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of different options, but I thought I remember suicide branches being like one of the best options for that particular build. I don't know, I could be wrong. No. A small shield. Valkyrie Wing is amazing for Javazons early on. Has +2 skills. It also has, what is it, +5 mana after each kill. And then you can socket it, and you can put another, like, +3 mana after each kill jewel in it. Give yourself, like, 5, 6, 7, 8, like, 8 mana after each kill. Hey, what's up, Kevin? That's the big baller Kevin over there. He said, I'm starting a new gay black trans paladin. Wow. Trying to stand out much? Do I recommend Flame Bellow for a sword for a charge zealer? No, I do not. I don't recommend anything in the entire sentence that you just spoke. No, none of these things are recommended. Not a single one of those things is on the recommend list. Don't do it. Flame Bellow is terrible too. Be an Inferno Paladin. Do I like an Assassin Dragontail build? Yeah, I did a whole Dragontail build one season. I absolutely blew it out of the park. I would dare say my Dragontail build is the strongest in all the land. You didn't see my Dragontail build from last season, Christopher? It's pretty OP. Will you guys leave my Merc alone? Y'all so rude.
Thank you.
Over there just beating on her. Beating on her like OJ's wife. Okay, that was a little rude. I still laughed though. Did you guys hear the OJ's house burned down? The one where he killed his wife in? Where he supposedly killed his wife in? Where he wrote a book, like, if I killed my wife, this is how I'd do it.
Good day.
Best Buy member? What do you mean Best Buy member? I don't know. Somebody said the OJ house burned down, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. apparently he'd been demolished before that. Oh, okay. So the original house got demolished, and then a new one got put up on the estate. And then I think that one burned down too. Oh, man. Did you hear that, like, some of the organizations that are involved in, like, LGBTQ stuff are removing the parts of the letters, and now they're just LG, they're like LGB. Like, they're no longer LGBTQ, they're like LGB. They've removed the like the other stuff on the end. I've actually seen quite a few of the signs recently. Like they're going from LGBTQ plus, and now the signs just say LGB. That's what they say. Have I heard anything about a new season? As far as I know, they usually like wait way too long. I can take a look at the news section, although they've been really lax. Yeah, last thing they had on here was the season 9 announcement. Which yeah, that was for last season. So season 10. I don't know. Not sure when season 10's gonna be. I think Diablo 4 is getting to a point where it's starting to slow down a little bit.
I hope I know what I'm doing.
Kevin coming in with another $50. Look at his money flowing out everywhere. I'm doing an Amazon with a trans surgery, scars, and boobs removed. Oh man, don't remove the boobs. That's such a travesty. Don't do that. Don't remove the boobies. Actually, I could take that back and sell it. My charisma has gone down 20 points. Do you recommend Impaler for my Transpirazon? I mean, it's funny because weren't Amazons known for like cutting off a boob so they could fire their bow better? I guess this is the next best thing. I got no boobs. You don't have to worry about it. You could be a Defoezon. You can be a Defoezon. The William Defoezon. That's what you can be. I highly recommend the Defoe build. The Defoezon. Where's the Defoezon? I gotta find the picture of the William Defoezon. People were making this joke back when D2R launched. They even edited his face onto the Amazon. I'm not even joking. There you go. It's the Defoezon. There you go. You can be a Defoezon, Kevin. Why not be a Defoezon? There you go. It's for you. That's your boy, right? I mean that's your girl. I mean that's your boy, right? I mean that's your girl. I mean that's your boy right there. There you go, guys. There you go. Have your Defoezon. There you go. Defoezon. Poopies. Deter. Boop. Yeah. The Green Goblin is crazy. What? It's funny because I like William Dafoe, but you guys ever saw what's that movie he dressed up as a woman in? It was That's my girlfriend's favorite, and I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. Something about saints. The saint something saint. I need Boondock Saints. Boondock Saints, yes. In the Boondock Saints, he dressed up as a woman. It was for the movie. He dressed up as a hooker, actually. Where's his there you go. There you go. That's it right there. I found it.
The doorbell rings, and here's Will.
There he is. There he is, boys. There you go. There's William. There's William Dafoe's on. It's exactly what you guys wanted, right? That's what you guys want. If you guys haven't seen that movie, it's pretty good. Boondock Saints is good. She's pretty. You like William Dafoe's on? Miles is gay. He's gay. Get him. No, just kidding. I mean, I've had a man crush on William Dafoe for a long time, but I mean, not in that way. I just like his acting. Like him in The Green Goblin and like in Boondock Saints, and there's a couple of movies he's done that have just been really good. He was in the new Beetlejuice movie too, as the that weird like actor cop character. Yeah. Yeah. Oh look, it's that poopy sword that nobody wants. Poopy, poopy, poopy sword. See this sword? Poopy. There's a poopy sword. There's a doo-doo sword. This doo-doo is doo-doo sword. Alright? I want everybody to look at this sword. I want you to look at it. It's doo-doo. There's a doo-doo sword. This doo-doo sword's going right here. That's where the doo-doo sword's going. People all the time be fighting with me, and if I every single day somebody got a comment, be like,
Get him out of that happy. Get him out of them. You can use it when you're farming chippies. Or, you know, like. Blah, 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 blah.
that's how you guys sound. It's poopy. It's the poops. What a completely, like, random selection of choices, Jeremy. Personally, I think Vengeance Paladin is one of the most fun characters in the game, but you have to build it right. 9 times out of 10, people come to me and they're like, I didn't like Vengeance Paladin, it sucked. And they're like, I'm like, well, what weapon were you using? And they're like, oh, I was using a voice of reason. And I just like smack myself in the forehead. Or they're like, I was using a grief. And I'm like, You guys, when you guys tell me things like this, when you're like, oh yeah, I was using a grief on my Vengeance Paladin, or I was using a voice of reason on my Vengeance Paladin, like, you know what you guys make me want to do? You guys make me want to like take a gun and go in the back room and like blow my brains out. And then you tell me how much you hated it, and I'm like, yeah, no dip, you hated it, because you literally chose like the worst weapon that could ever be chosen in the world. Like, I'm pretty sure you would have been better off punching things with your fist. Okay, it's a little excessive. I'm being a little excessive, okay? A little exaggerative. But still, okay, you guys kill me with this stuff.
Wouldn't Lawbringer be a good weapon for my Vengeance Paladin?
No.
Wouldn't Voice of Reason be a good weapon for my Vengeance Paladin?
No.
Wouldn't Grief be a good weapon for my Vengeance Paladin?
No. I recently did a two-handed Vengeance Paladin. Now that was definitely something that was a unique experience, and I liked that a hell of a lot better than I liked the one-handed version because I was running around one-shotting everything. Dude, Vengeance smacks like a freaking Mack truck when you use it with the right abilities. You beat this game up to Act 5 Nightmare Venom. Yes, so normal difficulty is like basically the tutorial. So normal is essentially like the tutorial for the game. Nightmare is basically like easy, or let's say normal difficulty. And then hell is essentially where you actually get in like to the real meat and potatoes of the game. So like that's actually where the game begins. For realsies. So normal you get to play. Like that's basically how it works. Okay, so in normal difficulty, you get to play around and you get to have fun and you get to put points wherever you want and you get to be silly with things and try stuff out and you can just be stupid. In Nightmare difficulty, you actually have to start focusing your points into a specific ability and you have to actually, you know, try like somewhat. Like for the most part, normal difficulty is so easy that like even a caveman could do it, you know, to use a tired old expression. Nightmare difficulty is where you have to actually cohesively put together some kind of build. And, you know, like, put your points in correctly, otherwise you probably won't do very well at Nightmare. But, you know, just putting your points in correctly, you know, a moderate amount of gear, like nothing too fancy, you can breeze through Nightmare relatively easily. Hell difficulty, however, is where, like, you gotta put everything together. Like, you gotta figure out how you want your character to be. You gotta focus your skills more correctly. You gotta start getting better equipment. You gotta actually figure out how to break immunities, and you got to bypass immunities by using other abilities. Like it's a whole new ball of wax. Many people back in the old days used to get stuck in Nightmare because they refused or could not understand how to properly build their characters. It was a pretty common thing, getting stuck in Nightmare. I mean, if you follow the guides on my channel, my YouTube channel, and you you know, like go over the videos, I talk about everything that you need to know when it comes to like items, characters, abilities, crushing blow, open wounds, like what to take advantage of, how to take advantage of it, the whole 9 yards. Like, I mean, I go over everything on my YouTube channel. So, I mean, if you guys haven't checked out my YouTube channel, like you're over on Twitch and you haven't seen it, I mean, I only have like 3,400 videos. So, you know, no big deal. Just a couple. Just a handful. But pretty much every single topic you could ever want, like, on my channel that will help you in getting yourself into hell difficulty and understanding how to properly play. I also have some solo self-found runs, which is basically where I go through the process of finding everything myself. And I play through on the hardest difficulty settings from the beginning, and you can literally follow along with me as I play and basically do as I do, you know, like monkey see, monkey do. And you can go that way if you want to. They're like guided playthroughs, essentially. And with those guided playthroughs, everything that you need is there. Like, you don't have to worry about it. You can just
follow along and kind of like do the same thing I do, and you'll make it to the end. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, and you don't have to play on the hardest difficulty. So you could do those guided playthroughs, and you can put them on, you know, like the easiest difficulty and go through hell that way. And if I can go through on Players 8 solo self-found, you can go through on P1 solo self-found. Yeah, so judging by what you're saying, it seems like you fall into the basic trap of the Necromancer, which is you spread out your points way too willy-nilly. So you got here, you said you have like Corpse Explosion, Bone Armor, 12 in Skeletons, 4 in Mastery, 3 in Mage, 5 in Revive. Yeah, you got it all spread out all over the place. You got to focus. Like if you want to do the skeletons, you got to do the skeletons. You can't half-ass it. So if you want to do the skeletons, you've got to go full into the skeletons. You have to put 20 points into skeleton mastery. So the general summon formula is 20 skeleton mastery, 20 skeleton, 1 golem mastery, 1 summon resist, 1 revive, 1 clay golem. That's your general summon list, and you want to focus on amplify damage, which only needs 1 point. Also, you want to put 20 points into Corpse Explosion. Because Corpse Explosion's radius increases as you level it, and Corpse Explosion becomes far more powerful. Let me give you an idea of what a real Summon Necromancer looks like, Venom. So I have a Summon Necromancer on here. His name is Pyromancer. This is my Summon Necromancer, which utilizes fire. He's a fire Summon Necromancer, so he's a little bit more of an advanced style over what you're using. Well, the reason why you have to life tap is because your minions are not strong enough, and your minions are not strong enough because you haven't put your points in correctly. So this is a look at my tree right here, and you see that I currently have 48 skeleton mastery, 46 raised skeleton. I have level 27 revive, 46 skeletal mage. I'm also running 27 summon resist and golem mastery. Alright, so let's take a look and see how this character functions. First I'm going to summon my fire golem. This is a fire golem character. Consumes all my mana to summon my fire golem. He is a beast of a monster. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some more mana pots because I always need them on this character. Grand Chammy. Oh no, I'm full on chammies. So many chammy chams. I forgot I filled this guy up for demonstration purposes on one of my videos. Yeah, with chams. The chammy chams. Charms, cham, choom, cham, chams. I just gotta be like the worst freaking one to find ever. I just wanna kill Mephisto. Hell, Durance is large. Yes, it is. That's what she said. Oh, all that effort and I found level 1. Of course I found level 1. I'm just demonstrating a character to somebody right now. Somebody asks a question, I try to be polite even if I'm doing something else. I was like, let's go kill Mephisto. That'll be all right next to the waypoint the whole time. I should have checked there. Some town slippers. Bunch of junk. I'll check that Sexton trophy though. Yeah, it's a basic trap for the Necromancer. A lot of people fall into it as they spread their points out too much. Way too much spread of points on the Necromancer is fatal. Your character will slowly get worse and worse and worse until eventually you can't get any further. So do people play this game offline for 20 years because each drops are always different on a playthrough? So drops are based on the variables that are going on in your particular game, which is a whole thing. So, like, where you go and what you do and how you do it and how many items you hoard and, like, there's certain variables that affect what falls, and not even just what falls, but the monster configurations and everything. So yes, the game very much so has almost like a life of its own, in that how you play the game directly affects the, like, monsters that you'll encounter, the items that fall, the whole 9 yards. Like, everything that you do, everywhere you go, every item you pick up has some sort of effect on, like, the continuance of things, yes. And so in that way, there is sort of a, like, almost infinite, I don't really know how to put it, like, infinite realities, infinite, like, play styles, because you're never going to be the same person you were yesterday, right? So, like, yesterday, you know, you may not have known something specific, and now you do, and so now you're picking up a specific item that you weren't picking up before, and so the entire playthrough will be different, yes, just simply because you are, you know, like, better or worse, or you've changed the way that you play slightly, or you go to a different waypoint first, or whatever. Like, all of it is very, very much so indicative of, like, what you end up with. Like, a lot of the times when people look at my Infinite Fur rune video, and they're like, how come I don't have the same monsters as you? And I'm like, because you're not doing it the same way as me. It's like, the monsters that you get literally are determined by how you play the game. So if you're playing the game different than me, if you're moving different than me, then you'll have different monsters than me. It's not weird. It's just how the game is set up. So Diablo 2 was designed before the era of random number generators. So in most games these days, you have a random number generator, and the random number generator guides all actions, right? You can like search for random number generators online for the most part, and you can find random number generators that will, you know, like just spit out a random number for you. However, those take a lot of CPU and they take a lot of overhead. Like if I just typed in like random number generator, right, and then just like go over here and I could say like give me a number between 1 and like a million, and then just generate me a number, right? This is something that we can do today, but in the year 2000 when this game was developed, or rather 1998 when this game was developed and then eventually released in 2000, the computers were not capable of this. Like your standard computer couldn't sit there and just generate numbers on a regular basis, especially a large number of them that was needed to perpetuate how the game functioned. And so instead of having a bunch of random numbers that were being generated by a random number generator, they opted for what's called a pseudo random number generator. Pseudo random number generators are number generators that are based off of basically actions that are going on within the game. It's a way of like tricking you into thinking that there's a random number generator behind the scene when there really is not a random number generator behind the scene. And so what this means is that when you're playing Diablo 2, more often than not, what's happening behind the scenes is your actions are directly and 100% responsible for what you are getting within the game. The variables that we've determined so far are things like where you go, what you kill, the order in which you kill them, the number of items that you have on you total, including your stash, your inventory, your cube, your mercenary, and even apparently your minions also have equipment for some reason, even though you can't see it. And all of this has a part to play in how things are generated. Some things are focused on individual pieces, and I've also found out that like it changes depending on what piece you're looking at and what you're doing. So like everything functions differently. So a variable that gives you one effect on, say, like a chest will give you a completely different effect on, say, like a super chest. It's just a completely different effect in general. Zeal charges. It's the most random super chat ever. Kevin had 2 random super chats. And they were both weird, yes. They were both weird. He said he wanted to make a gay trans paladin. A black gay trans paladin, because the paladin is black in this game. I mean, he kind of looks like Sanford and Son, a little bit. He kind of looks like Sanford and Son a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. People made fun of it when the game launched. They were like, "Why does the paladin look like Sanford and Son?" You missed it, babe. We were talking about Boondock Saints. Yes, and he dropped $100 to do so. We were talking about Boondock Saints because he was talking about like a gay trans Amazon, and when the game launched, we were joking that the Amazon kind of looked like William Dafoe, and he does. He kind of looks like William Dafoe. And then we were joking about yeah, here he is. The Amazon kind of looks like William Dafoe, and somebody took William Dafoe's face and put it onto the Amazon. And then we were talking about Boondock Saints, where he dressed up as a woman, or Dafoe dressed up as a woman, and I was like, oh look, oh freaking Kevin just donated another $100. I don't know how I didn't see that. He sent me a YouTube link. What is this YouTube link? I'm scared. Let's do it. I'm scared of the link. What is this? What is this? Only in America riffs. I gotta copy it. He donated $100. Least I can do is play his weird video on my stream. I'm just kidding. It probably is weird. How much you want to bet? Let's do it. Let's be adventurous and play weird things on stream. Hold on, I gotta transfer the link over to my other stream, other computer. Hold on. That way I can bring it up on camera. James Franco Riffraff? What the hell is this? Only in America do they eat duck sauce? Duck sauce. I mean, yeah, I could get demonetized, but he also paid $100, so, I mean, he pretty much covered the demonetization fee, so, I guess whatever. Appreciate the donations, Kevin. $200. That's a lot of money to drop on my stream. I really appreciate it. You eat duck sauce with my Chinese food? I mean, I don't use duck sauce. My dad was a prolific eater of duck sauce. He was a prolific duck sauce eater. The duckest of sauces. The thing that gets me about this game is the grind for high runes someone taught me about. He hasn't found a burr rune in a couple years he's played. He has like 700 hours. So that's kind of goes along with what I was just talking about Venom, is that because the game is reacting to how you're playing it, there's every possibility that you can play the game wrong for 700 hours and never get a burr rune because you need to do a specific combinations of events and you're not achieving that specific combination of events. And so because you don't achieve that specific combination of events that leads to the burr rune, you just never get a burr rune. My advice to your friend who has 700 hours in the game and has never found a burr rune is to stop doing the same thing over and over again the same way and start playing the game a little bit differently. Add in some variables. You might want to check out my my videos on the variables themselves so we can get a better understanding of how the variables work. That way he can use them to his advantage and start like manipulating them. You can't really online, because you don't know the seed code, you can't deliberately manipulate a burr rune. But what you can do is you can deliberately add the variables into your everyday like routines, and you can force different drops by adding in those variables. Just something as simple as like going to a different waypoint before you go to your Mephisto run, or you know, like adding in like a little bit of a ritual before you do things. Like you can essentially change the way that things drop just by simply emptying out your inventory every now and then, and all sorts of other things. There's some pretty crazy, like little simple things that you can do that completely change the way that the items drop and the monsters spawn. The Senate is taking a vote to see if they will vote. That's got to be the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. Hey guys, we don't have time for a vote, so let's do a quick vote to determine whether or not we have time to do a vote. Okay, according to everybody, the answer is no, we didn't have time for a vote, and we shouldn't have even done the quick vote. So we are idiots. Alright guys, we only have time for one vote, so let's do a vote to see if we're going to vote. Yeah, let's have a meeting about our upcoming meetings. We're going to make sure that everybody knows. I mean, it's the reason why we have presidents. I mean, if you guys don't know that by now, like, I don't know what to tell y'all. The reason why we have a president to begin with is because bureaucracy, especially the kind of bureaucracy that like the Senate is and like the House of Representatives, which do stupid things like voting on whether or not we're going to have a vote. Like, that kind of stuff is the reason why you need someone in charge who can make decisions, like snap decisions, because like getting bureaucracy to do anything is just it's painful. It's extremely painful. So, you know, our forefathers, who were smart individuals, decided, hey, you know, like, bureaucracy is cool and all, and getting people to vote on stuff is nice, but, like, you know, we need somebody in power who can make snap decisions. Like, somebody who is going to be able to say, like, all right, let's do this for now. Let's get it under the, let's get these things under wraps, these emergency procedures underway. And then you guys can vote on the long-term repercussions of what's going on later. But, like, as of right now, you know, let's just get this thing handled, instead of taking like 3 months to figure out whether or not you're going to wipe your ass forward to backward or backward to forward. Meanwhile, you got crusties building up, and you kind of need to get that under control. You got some crusties, and you need to get it under control, alright? You got 3 months of crusties building up because you haven't wiped your butt in 3 months. President comes in, he's like, alright, let's just wipe it forward to backward for now. Alright, and then we'll come back and we'll visit this again in 3 months. But for the time being, let's just do the forward to backward, and we'll make the final decision later. Oh, so they're doing the football thing where you call timeouts, like multiple timeouts to run down the clock. They're just trying to run down the clock, basically. Ithrune. What the hell is this harmonica? Hello, cowboy. Skip. Look here, ghosty boys. I don't care about y'all making no noise. Ghosty boy's gonna make some noise. If it ain't Cowboy Bebop, we don't want it. I like Cowboy Bebop.
Good riddance.
If you don't have politics or a government, a nation would cease to exist eventually. I don't really know. Duck sauce is fire and we're buying Canada? Oh, dang. I mean, I got some pretty good friends who are Canadian. Canada's a sweet place. I think I'd be happy to have the Canadian brothers be my actual brothers. Eh? My brothers, eh? We already call it America's top hat. Who calls it America's top hat? You guys are silly. What the hell I put in here? A hustle? We could throw a hustle in here. I don't have a code, do I? I do got a code. Yeah, I do got codes. What's hustle? It's what? Shale co-eld? I don't have a shale rune, do I? I don't. I don't have a shale rune. Shale runes are poopy. They're what is it for shales? It's like 3 souls. If I remember correctly. Right? 3 souls for a shale. What's the gem for that? I can't remember. What is the gem, my friends? And we can always just throw random gems in there and see what works. Put some random ones in there. Okay, it's not a topaz. Is it an emerald? Okay, it's not an emerald. Is it a sapphire? Okay, it's not a sapphire. It might be chippies, actually. Is it a diamond? No. Is it a sapphire chip? Ah, sapphire chip. There we go. Alright, so we need shale, a coal, and an eld.
I'll put that to good use.
There. That's better than the piece of trash she was wearing. Trash. Tasered. Some parts of Mexico are beautiful. So for people to understand this, like there's like a diagram for like Canada. Like what is it called? It's called like livable Canada areas or something. There's like a graphic, and there's like very little of Canada that's actually livable, and then on top of that, the majority of Canada like lives in these tiny little places that are like huddled next to the United States. Population map. Yeah. Okay, here's a heat map of Canada. Okay. So Canada is this like really big area, right? Huge area. I mean, just massive, ridiculous area. But the majority of Canadians live basically below this line, like in the United States pretty much. Like if you drew a line from like the edge of Washington and like went over to like the side of where the like Maine and whatnot are, like the majority of the population of Canada lives below the line, essentially like as close to the United States as you could possibly be. Which is kind of interesting when you look at it from this perspective, that the majority of Canada, like up north, is completely unpopulated. And they're all pretty much in the United States. Like it's, and I hate to say it like this, but they're pretty much in the United States. Like they're as close to the United States as they can be without being in the United States. It reminds me of back in the day, like there would be these towns that would pop up. And these towns would pop up, and they would just like pop up right next to castles and stuff like that, and they would start building around the castle. They're not in the castle technically; they're not in the castle, but they're around the castle. Like it's kind of the same kind of thing as you got all these, you know, like villages and towns and stuff popping around right at the border, but not technically like across the border. Yeah, it's the same way in Australia. Australia is huge and has like very little livable land as well. Kevin just tipped with your name, Gina. Said Mexico is America's sheet hole. He's trying to bypass the censorship. Censorship bypass. He pretended to be Elon Musk one day too. All right, which tomb we at? The O, the Cheerio. We gotta go to the Cheerio, guys. 1 little 2 little 3 little Cheerio. 4 little 5 little 6 little Cheerio. If I remember correctly, the O is like far right middle. That's the sun. Double down arrows over here, and then I think it's the circle is next, right? Nope, triangle. Nope, that's Cyclops. It's gotta be the other side then. I was thinking of the Cyclops. So interesting thing to talk about with immigration. So this is something that you guys really need to think about. Like, if you're, it doesn't matter which side you are on for immigration. This isn't a, like, let them in or don't let them in conversation, okay? This is a conversation about livable wages. Alright? If you do not have American citizenship, you are an illegal alien, okay? That means you don't have a social security number. That means that technically you're not allowed to be employed. They also don't have to report your taxes, a bunch of other things, right? There are companies out there that exploit illegal immigrants by paying them extraordinarily low wages, and we're talking about like $2-3 an hour. Could you imagine getting paid $2-3 an hour? Like, could you imagine living off of that? Like, how would you be able to live off of $2-3 an hour? Even if you work like 70 hours a week, is that a livable wage to you? Like, do you think that you would be able to actually afford food and housing and like be able to support your family off of $2-3 an hour or $4 an hour? The thing is that when these illegal immigrants become legal, or they get work visas, which is a lot of the times what ICE does. So ICE will actually go and get them work visas so that they can actually work legitimately. They go from getting like $2 to $4 an hour to getting $20 an hour. And these people go from wages that are completely unlivable, from poverty conditions where they literally can't even afford the food and the rent that they need to be able to survive, to becoming citizens of the United States and actually making a decent wage so that they can actually afford food and rent and support their family. A lot of people think that it's a horrible thing to like not allow the immigrants in here, but honestly, it's even more of a horrible thing to allow the illegal immigrants to be in the United States, because they are more often than not exploited at extremely low poverty level wages. Like, we're talking about people that will hire you for like $2 an hour to go pick fruit or something. And yeah, you have a job, but you've got essentially no money coming in from this position. Forsaken Partisan.
Not enough mana.
I mean, Mexico's been allowed to have cartels in it for way too long. I mean, that's one thing that's I've never understood. It just doesn't, it always blows my brain, boggles my mind. I don't understand. Like, why are we allowing that to continue? Like, why is it allowed to be a thing? Why haven't we, like, put our foot down and gone in there and taken care of the cartels at every single opportunity? Like, why aren't we sending in gunships, essentially? Like, just like helicopter squads with frickin' Vulcan machine guns and just find these cartels, find them, and just absolutely annihilate them. Like, why aren't we just like firebombing like the frickin' drug crops? Like when we identify where the drug crops are, like the opium and the various other crops, why aren't we just like firebombing them? Like, what? I've never understood. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it's a problem. It's a very big problem, and it's been a problem for a very long time, and nobody seems to want to address it. It's like having it's like I don't know, like a dead third arm, like hanging off your body, and it's just there for like your entire life, and it's just like this third arm, and it's just coming out of like your side of your body, and it's dead. It doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. And not only that, but it like drains resources from you because you have to keep it alive. So like you're not only are you literally suffering because of it, but you're also getting weaker because of it. And it's like at some point or another, it just needs to be cut off. Like, you're just going to have to you're going to bite the bullet, you're going to have to go to a doctor and get it surgically removed. I mean, we should have surgically removed the drug cartels ages ago. It should have been one of the first things that they did when they realized the drug cartels were in control of Mexico. By the way, there was a second shooter for JFK. They have confirmed that there was a second shooter. So for everybody who was a conspiracy theorist for like tons, for a very long time, they were like, there's a second shooter on the grassy knoll. And everybody's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, they confirmed it. They confirmed there was a second shooter. I mean, I think a healthier and an uncorrupt Mexico is better for everybody. I mean, we import a lot of stuff from Mexico. You know, I don't know how many times I've been at Kroger and I've heard the avocados from Mexico. Like, there are a lot of things that come from Mexico that are very good. I think that, you know, like, the people in general are good. I just think that the drug cartels themselves are bad, and they got to be dealt with. And I think that once you carve the drug cartels out of Mexico, I think Mexico ends up better for it, stronger for it even, and turns into a much more vibrant and powerful country in general just by getting rid of them. But, I mean, freaking Trump said he was releasing tons of stuff. He already released the JFK files. He said he was going to be releasing or declassifying, I guess would be the term. Martin Luther King's files. He said he was going to be declassifying a bunch of stuff. And I believe him too. He's already declassified a bunch of things. See, I don't agree with that. I've read a couple of reports, and I've also listened to a guy who was down in Mexico, and he proved without a shadow of a doubt that the economic function of Mexico, it does not rely on drugs. He said he has removed drugs from several of the communities and cities and towns, and he said every time he has done so, the cities and towns have increased economically, not decreased. Which means that they end up getting better, not worse. If I could find it, I'd love to play it on here because the guy was, he's absolutely brilliant. Alright, put the staff in the orifice. Let's go get our butts kicked by Duriel. I don't get why people are upset about the name change. It's not like he renamed it Gulf of the United States. He renamed it Gulf of America, which America represents all of the Americas. You guys do know that there are continents, right? And on the continent, there are places called America, right? So I just so you guys are aware, he didn't name it the Gulf of the United States. He named it the Gulf of America, North America, South America. I mean, it's literally a continent. It's the entire continent. Canada is in America. Mexico is in America. The United States is in America. Brazil is in America. Chile is in America. They're all in America. He didn't rename it the Gulf of the United States. He renamed it the Gulf of America. He didn't even rename it the Gulf of North America. He renamed it the Gulf of America because it's both North and South America are touching the Gulf. I mean, it honestly makes sense if you look at the Gulf of Mexico that it is touching multiple provinces. It's not just touching Mexico. It's touching Florida. It's touching like Louisiana. It's touching Texas. It's touching I'm trying to remember all the states that are bordering it. It's touching Mexico. There's also a bit of it that's touching like Cuba and all sorts of other places. I mean, it's not just one country. It's the whole continent. I've had people tell me constantly that, like, when we refer to Americans, Americans also refers to anybody that's from America, which is the United States, the North and South America. Like, people from Brazil can consider themselves to be Americans because they are also from the Americas. I mean, which is technically accurate because we're all on the same continent. But then again, if you ask me where I'm from, I don't ever say I'm from America. That's never been a word that I usually utter. I usually, if you ask me where I was from, like if you just like randomly like, hey Ginger, where are you from? I would answer you Virginia. That's what I would answer you. I'm from Virginia. I would not answer you America or the United States. I would say I'm from Virginia because I'm in a state. Every single state, like that's usually what people say. Usually people will tell you what state they're from. They won't announce that they live in America or they live in the United States. That's not what they do. I bet you like 99 times out of 100, you ask somebody where they're from in the United States, they will almost always answer you with the state that they are from. Either that or the city that they are from. I know, I always answer my state, and then, like, people are like, where's that? And I'm like, oh, like, yeah, okay, maybe you're not from the United States and you don't know what states are, so I'll try to explain to you what states are. I forgot to click on the Canyon of the Magi waypoint because I'm stupid. Let's go get that real quick before I forget. From the Marvel Cinematic Universe? That's crazy, Christopher. Wouldn't it be sad if you were from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but you were just like some regular average Joe guy that like dies? Like, oh yeah, I'm in the MCU. They're like, yeah, what hero are you? It's like, hero? Oh no, I'm just like Jeff Conley. I died in the alien attack. From Atlantis, dang. Kevin said, donated another $50. He said, I think you got all the racist black people out of your chat. What? Black Lives Matter crazies that are violent. Didn't they harass your channel? Congrats. I don't know. I mean, I don't really pay attention to the like political stuff for the most part. I have been loving all of the crazy stuff that's been coming out of like the crazy things they've been spending the money on though. That stuff's been cracking me up. I'm like, wait a minute, we spent how much money on a trans opera in like is like freaking what was it? What was that place? There's so many different ones. Like I can't keep them all straight in my head. There was like we paid for did you guys know that we paid for a we paid for an Arab Sesame Street? I kid you not. Have you guys seen the Arab Sesame Street that we paid for? Like we legit paid for an Arab Sesame Street. This is a picture from the Arab Sesame Street. I don't know who this guy is. He definitely looks Arabic. I mean, some of the things that we paid for are just it's no wonder we've been suffering over here. We just been footing the bill for anything. Like they're like, how about we make a Trans-Siberian orchestra, but everybody in the orchestra is actually trans? And they're like, sure, how much is that going to cost us? Well, like $5 billion, like no big deal. And we can have it in like Saudi Arabia in the middle of the desert. And I'm like, how about we don't do that and waste all our money for no reason? So the $50 million, so a correction for that, the $50 million for condoms was for Hamas, but not Hamas. It was for Gaza, but it was not Gaza. There's different Gazas, you know, like you can have multiple towns with the same name. So a little bit of a mix up there. It was for Gaza in Africa. So there is a Gaza province in Africa. Go figure. Apparently it was 50 million for condoms in the Gaza province in Africa, not the Gaza province in Israel. But still, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of condoms. Like, holy crap, how many condoms is that? Like, I was actually very curious about this one day. I was like, how much? Well, like, what if I purchase bulk condoms? Like, I'm probably gonna go to like some sort of Google jail for Googling this. Let's see, bulk condoms for sale. Let's see how much I can get for like. I want to purchase like a large amount of condoms. Like, I want the largest quantity that I can possibly get. Like bulk. Like we're talking hundreds of thousands of condoms I want to get for like for just so they're gonna give me like the biggest bulk industrial deal that I can get, right? And then like $50 million for condoms. How much does that get me if I get like a bulk case of just as many as I can afford? Okay, here's a bulk case of how many is this? Trying to see here. 1,000. Okay, here we go. 1,008. This case is one. Of course, I could get a better deal than this if I'm spending $50 million. All right, I can get a better deal. Okay, but at 1,008 condoms per box at $135 a box, Let's take $50 million and let's divide that. Now, let's assume that they're going to give us a better bulk deal than this. So instead of 135, let's bring it down to like 105. Because I feel like if we're buying $50 million in condoms, they're probably going to give us a little bit more of a bulk deal than that. So let's do 105 and divide that into it, which gives us 476,190. Then we multiply that by the box case number, so times 1008, which means that we end up with roughly 480 million condoms for $50 million. 480 million condoms. There you go. That's a lot of condoms. That is a lot of rubber. That's a Goodyear blimp. Oh, the Rape EX ones, the ones that have teeth. Yeah, those things are kind of ridiculous. But then again, you need them in countries where, like, there's a rape epidemic.
What would this bring from the right buyer?
Alright, capped and capped. So now we start working on lightning strike. Damn it, I wish you people would leave me alone. I mean, I think that one might be a slightly viable option, although it definitely seems like there's not enough oversight on what this stuff is being spent for. Like, what are these prices? Like, I don't even understand how they're coming to these prices. I feel like anybody could do a better job of, like, pricing out things. I mean, let me just take one example. So let's go to an example like the what was it? I'm trying to think of like an example where I can state it. It's just basically what I'm thinking about is it's like there's got to be somewhere along the line more accountability on what this stuff is getting spent on. Like just sending $50 million to a country and then labeling it for condoms. Like we need to know what you're spending this on. We need to know what everything's being spent on. We need like a receipt, a recep. We need a recep of what everything's being spent on so that we know and have an accountability for what's going on. I mean, this is the reason why the Boston Tea Party happened, for God's sake, was there was no accountability. No taxation without representation, right? And here we have like swaths of money just being like handed out to whoever has their hand out for it. And there's not a good representation of what it's being spent on. Like what is it being spent on? How much is actually being spent? Where is it going? Who has it? Like, can we get receipts on what this stuff is actually being spent for? Like, I mean, I don't think anybody is necessarily against helping other countries, but if we're shooting out $50 million, it'd be nice to know what the $50 million is going to. I think that's what most of the American public wants to know. We just want to know, like, where is all this stuff going? Like, what is it going to? Where is it? We want to know. We want to know the answers. We're fed up with not knowing the answers. We want to know the answers. Apparently, the latest, which really kind of blew my wig back, was apparently there's $4.7 trillion just unaccounted for. Like, there's no information on where this money has been spent. $4.7 trillion. And we have no clue where it's being spent. It doesn't make any sense. They literally said that there was a They really literally said that there was no indication of where this money was being sent or what it was being sent or spent for. Just $4.7 trillion just with no marks on it. No information of what it's being used for. I saw it on X the other day. $4.7 trillion is a lot of money to have no accountability on where it's being spent or what it's being spent for. Link it in here, because otherwise I gotta, like, transfer it and click and do a bunch of things from my phone to transfer it to my computer and yada yada yada. Just post it in here. Post it in the chat. Let's listen.
Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental, Social, and Governance. Investments in Africa and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental. Sounds like an environmental study. That's the most. I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but they, I paid like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million for ESG. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Wow.
Hey, Colombia.
$25 million going to Colombia?
$25 million to
For
Colombia.
something that
Let's
nobody
go,
ever heard
boys.
of. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges.
I don't really think this is politics, Killamotos. This is literally just money. It's like your bank account. Well, that's kind of nice. I don't even really consider it politics. We're just talking about, like, the money that we're spending and where it's going. Like, I mean, why are we spending like $50 million on condoms? I think that the American people or the people of the United States just want to have more accountability on things. It's not necessarily a political thing so much as it is just like, why are we spending $8 million on some random, like, trans surgeries in, like, Saudi Arabia? Like, why are we doing this? And I think at some point or another, like, our debt is going up and up and up, right? We've got like almost like $14 trillion in debt, and here we find out we're just sending random money to anybody who's got their hand out. It's the strangest thing in the world, and it's really interesting to me. And I don't really care about politics, but this is interesting to me. Like the United States just spending random money in the most random places. I just like hearing about, like, some of the crazy stuff that we've spent money on. I think it's hilarious.
I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcision.
$10 million for circumcisions in Mozambique? That's okay. All right.
In another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people? Can't we teach them about enterprise? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money came back to the people that approved it. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova.
Moldova.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. Well, why are we giving $21 million to India? They got a lot of money. They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. We can hardly get in there because their tariffs are so high. I have a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India. What about, like, voter turnout here? Oh, we've done that, I guess. We did $500 million, didn't we? It's called the lockboxes. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo.
Kosovo.
And Eshkali, and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars.
$315 million for bicycle ways in Peru from Germany. Why is Germany paying $315 million for Peru's bicycle ways? At some point or another, you have to wonder, and this is also part of the thing that has me very interested, is that you have to wonder if these are just kickbacks. Like, are these actual real expenses, or are they just made up things that have no actual real purpose for no other reason other than just to get money to a person that they're trying to give kickbacks to? You guys know what kickbacks are, right? Like, a kickback is basically when you give money to someone for a specific thing. Like, you know, say you want to have access to trade your resources in a specific country, and one specific politician doesn't want to let you in, and you want to pay him $25 million or something as a kickback to allow you into the country. And then, like, but you don't want to actually put it on the books as a kickback. And so what you do instead is you put it on the books as some sort of, like, you make up something. You're like, okay, we'll put it as $25 million for socioeconomic growth of Peru in the modern era or something like that. And then now he has $25 million, and you got away with doing it in a way that wasn't, like, directly paying him money. And that's what, I hate to say it, but that's what a lot of these actually sound like. They sound like that if you actually put some research into them and you actually went through the process of trying to find out, like, what's going on with these payments, I bet you, like, I wouldn't say all of them, but let's say about, like, 6 out of 10. I bet you every 6 out of 10 is probably just a kickback to somebody to basically make up a name for something so that they could have some sort of way to pay these people money, kickbacks for whatever's going on. Now, the interesting thing is that if you start cutting these payments, what is the services that are suddenly going to stop because you stop these kickbacks, right? Like, we don't even know. Like, there could be specific things that will shut down because of the kickback stopping. So you put a stop to the payment, right? But you don't know that it was really a kickback for some sort of service. Then the service stops because the kickback stops. Boy, I listen to these numbers and I think to myself, and I hate to say this, you know, it sounds greedy, it sounds selfish, it sounds, you know, like self-centered, but I think to myself, I'm like, they sent $8 million to some country for, like, trans surgeries or something, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, man, with, like, not even $1 million, with, like, $500,000, like, I could live the rest of my life in peace and happiness and harmony, and they just sent, like, 16 times that amount of money to some random country for the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like, I don't even... I guarantee you, like, your average citizen with just a fraction of the money that they're sending away to other countries would be able to live their lives happily for the rest of their life with no problem whatsoever with just a fraction of that money. And like I said, I know it sounds selfish, but $4.7 trillion is a lot of money, okay? Like, so they said that there was $4.7 trillion in payments that were made that were uncategorized, okay? Let's do a little math real quick, okay? We're going to do a little math. So let's take the population of the United States, which is 334.9 million. We'll round it up to 35. So 335 million, all right? Let's take 4.7 trillion. So that's 1,000 million billion trillion. Hold on, we got $4.7 trillion divided by 335,000 million. That's $14,000.29 that would go to every single person in the United States if they took that $4.7 trillion and just handed it out. Now you tell me right now, if I handed you $14,029, if I handed you 14 grand right now, would your life improve? Because we don't know where that money went. It's just gone. They ain't nothing on the list. $4.7 trillion of that money just has no earmark on it. We don't know where it went. We don't know what it was spent on. We don't know anything. We ain't got nothing. They ain't even put like a how do you do on there. Don't give 14K to Elon. I think he'll pass. I think he's all right. That's like a drop in the bucket for him. Giving money for free is not a long-term solution. You're right. You're absolutely right. But we're spending yearly more money than literally anybody has. Like, this money is coming straight out of our pockets. These are taxpayer dollars. Like, we pay this. I mean, every single year taxpayers pay this money. So, I mean, I've paid money to the freaking tax man. I know everybody. I'm pretty sure everybody here has, unless you got a kid and you're getting kickbacks. Everybody who has a kid gets the freaking huge refunds. I'm kind of salty about that, by the way, too, because like as a man who has had no kids for a very long time, when I do my taxes, they're like, yeah, you owe us like your soul and like half your property. And then when a woman with one child does a tax return, they're like, oh, here, you can have half of this guy's soul and half of his property. And I'm like, okay. Just because I don't have a kid, huh? All right. Did I get my eyeball? I got my eyeball, right? Get out of here. Let's get this spider-fisted cave. But I mean, I think the real hypocrisy starts to come into play when you see things like the hurricane. Yeah, I know some of you may not have been following it, some of you may have been following it, but like when that hurricane came through and it blew down basically, you know, thousands of homes, and there were people who were displaced, and FEMA was being called on to pay money to these people, which is FEMA is literally the disaster relief organization, and they weren't doing their job, and they're like, oh, FEMA's out of money. So, you know, like, let's put it on the table for a second and let's talk about this. If we're giving money to other countries and we're doing good, then that's a good thing, right? And I'm not going to, like, smack that out of anybody's hand, because if we're doing good in other countries, then we should be. But when a disaster happens in the United States, and the organization which is designed to help the United States citizens says that we don't have enough money to help you, and they're literally freezing to death in tents, then we've got a serious problem here, right? Like, at that point, what is going on? Because you have legitimate people who need assistance who are not getting it within the United States. And that is crazy to me. That is crazy. Like, when I see that, that is just absolutely crazy, and that blows my wig back. I'm like, okay, so we've got $50 million to spend on condoms in Gaza, Africa, but we don't have $50 million to spend on our own citizens when a hurricane comes through and blows down all their houses, or when a wildfire goes through and destroys all their homes in California. We don't got any money for that. But we've got billions of dollars to send to other countries for trans surgeries in Saudi Arabia and all sorts of other stupid stuff. It's like, obviously we've got our priorities mixed up and something needs to change. I mean, I can't believe, like, on one hand, you literally have, like, the FEMA organization telling you that they're out of money, and then on the other hand, you've got billions of dollars going to the stupidest and most inane of things in other countries. It just doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm collecting all jewels. It's worth money. I'll sell it. A family in North Carolina literally frozen to death in a tent waiting for help from FEMA, including a child. What it is, and it's as plain as simple as it gets. And it has to be stated this way, is that there are people out there that are in the government that hate the United States. And I think that's as simple as it gets. I don't think there's any other way to put it. I think we've got people that are in charge, that are in roles like in the Senate and the House of Representatives, that are in, like, high up positions like in FEMA and all sorts of other things. They just hate the United States. I think they hate it. They hate the country that they're working for. They hate the country that they're from. I think that's literally as simple as it gets. They hate us, because there's no other explanation for what's going on. Like, for literally people to be freezing to death in North Carolina, and FEMA not having enough money, and then they're taking the money and giving it to all sorts of other places. It's like being the child in the family who's, like, the favorite, and then having the child in the family who's not the favorite. And the favorite child gets, like, the Nike shoes, and he's got, like, the brand new pants and the brand new clothes, and, like, anytime the kid asks for anything, he gets what he wants. He's got, like, a brand new car, etc. And then you're like the kid that's hated in the family. And instead of getting anything, like, you get hand-me-down crap that's, like, no longer worth using. When you ask for something, like, you might get it, maybe, and it's usually, like, a generic version, like, nothing close to what you asked for. Like, you're like the hated child, basically. Like, is that basically what we are, is the hated child? Because I can't think of anything else. I can't think of any other way to really think about it. What is this, from North Carolina? No, I must have the page muted. No. Ah. Why can I not?
This is your Western
Ah, it's loud.
North Carolina update. Currently it's 21 degrees. I'm tired of hearing of people dying because they don't have heat. I'm tired of people not having the food that they need. I'm tired of... Something's gotta give.
What's happening in the mountains of North Carolina after Hurricane Helene is absolutely heartbreaking. 3 people were found this week dead in tents because of the freezing temperatures. One of them was a 9-month-old baby. People have been relegated to living in tents, partly because government red tape has prevented organizations that want to come in with housing options like tiny homes. Government red tape has prevented that from taking place. I have been there multiple times on the ground. I have seen that it is the churches that are leading the relief effort. This community, we have been a major part of that relief effort, thanks to your generosity. So we are raising money right now for a huge Christmas outreach on December 15th. Parents are going to be able to come and shop for free so that they can provide some hope and happiness for their children on Christmas. And so if you feel led to give to this effort, I will personally be delivering our toys, heaters in partnership with Joy Church and AVL City Church on December 15th. Thank you so much for your partnership. You are giving hope to the people in the mountains of North Carolina.
People dying. Little babies dying. We're out of money. FEMA said we're out of money. Well, we ain't got no money. We have an entire organization designed around helping people, and they're not doing their job. Meanwhile, they're paying money for migrants in New York. Apparently, and I looked this up and I got more information on it because I was a little offended when I first read it, and I was like, wait a minute. So FEMA's got money to pay for hotels for migrants, but they don't have money to pay for the people that need help in California that are literally freezing to death. I mean, North Carolina that are freezing to death, and the people who lost their homes in California to fires. And like, so I'm looking it up, and apparently they were given the funds to pay for the hotel, but it was not technically part of the funds that were allowed to be used for like emergency services. So essentially FEMA was in charge of the money for the migrants, and they could not use the money for the migrants on the United States citizens. Yep, 59 million to luxury hotels in New York, which doesn't even go to the United States, by the way. A lot of people have criticized it even more so because the money isn't even going to the United States. So normally in a case like that where you spend like 59 million on hotels or whatever, at least the hotel owner would technically be, you know, like in the United States, so the money would stay within the United States. According to what I read, the hotel in particular that they're sending the money to is owned by a specific country, and the money is essentially being funneled into that country. It's like a front, essentially. It's another way of laundering money directly into a country specifically. Let me pull this up real quick so I can actually prove this to you guys. Pakistan. So one of the main hotels that's being used for migrants is owned by Pakistan. So basically, the money that like $1 million, the like $59 million that's being paid to the hotel, is just going straight to Pakistan. It's not even staying within the country. It's not like it's being spent on the hotel and then the hotel is then spending it in the United States. That money is just going straight to Pakistan. So for all we know, it's just a way of funneling money directly to Pakistan. Probably another kickback, for all we know. Devil worshippers. Yeah, everybody's been mad about them sending tons and tons of money to the Ukraine, but as my girlfriend just pointed out, that Zelensky doesn't have or can't find a large amount of the money that's supposedly been sent to him. So there's receipts of them sending the money to the Ukraine, but he doesn't actually have the money. And he's called this out on tape, like in interviews. He's like we don't have this money. He goes, you guys are saying that you sent it to us, but we never received it. So where did this like $350 billion that apparently disappeared into the Ukraine land? Where did it go? Like where is all this money at that just disappeared into the nowhere zone? I mean, undoubtedly, there's probably some sort of wastefulness. I wouldn't say that Zelensky is completely, not complicit. That he's not complicit in things. But $350 billion is a lot of money. That's a lot of scratch. That just doesn't disappear without like into one person's pocket. Can I show my armor? Oh yeah, I'm using like some pretty OP stuff that I prepared in advance, Jan. I've got Twitch Throw. I'm using full Aratha's sets. I also have a Hasaurus and a Rhyme Shield on. I'm using double mantled. Pretty OP setup for early game. This will carry me all the way to hell. Honestly. Easily. Ugh, not Great Marsh. AP Rocky? What the hell is that? I gotta get through this Great Marsh quick. I hate this Great Marsh place. I'm gonna end up getting murdered. Well, actually, my lightning resistance is pretty good. I might be able to survive, maybe. Maybe. I swear some of these sound effects sound like they came out of Star Wars. Yeah, I don't think I followed any of the case story either. Ooh. I will punch you to death. Okay, I still got Dujink, so I won't punch you to death yet, but maybe later. Alright, so we are getting to the point where we're actually getting into the the full synergy. That's nice. One socket Grilm home. Applebee's. Oh, there's a great Marchway point. I really want that. Oh yay, let's go get great Marchway point, guys. I'm so excited, can't you tell? They spent a lot on Black National Anthem at the Super Bowl. Kevin donated $50 more, which I really appreciate, by the way, Kevin. Mostly black supremacists are stealing all the government money and robbing most citizens. I mean, they are spending a lot of stuff on DEI. Just tons of DEI things. I can't believe how much money they spend on DEI projects. After years of return to play, I made 2 spirits, shield, and sword. Do you think I can do Ubers with this gear? No, spirits are terrible for Ubers. Spirits don't even have good damage output. What are you? You're on a paladin? I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter if you're using smite, because your spirit sword doesn't affect your smite damage, but you really need crushing blow for doing Ubers. Preferably 50% or higher. There's a lot of various items you can use for crushing blow. One of the cheapest and easiest to get your hands on is black. Just type in !black, and the recipe for that will come up. You can also use a crush flange if you have one of those laying around. That's a decent option. Goblin toes also helps. I mean, he's had 4 years to sit around on his hands to think about what he wanted to do. I never considered it, but maybe consecutive terms isn't really the best thing in the world. I was actually thinking about this the other day, and you know, like basically Trump didn't win the 2020 election. You know, like whatever. The 4 years though that he basically sat on his hands, you know, he was sitting there watching everything happening, right? And he sat there and he thought about what he would do, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it, because he got time to just sit there and think about what he was going to do. And then as soon as he got into office, he started putting all of his plans into action, and it just makes sense, right? Like he's had time to sit there and plan and plot and think. For 4 years, he's had time to think, and then, you know, now he's in power again, and he has time to put it all into action. And I think this is the first time in history we've seen any president like do so much in the first I said this the other day. I was like, I think that he has done more in the first 2 weeks of his presidency than I've seen most presidents do in their entire 4 years. Can you tell me one class and build I just want to win one time versus Hell? I try Sork, but on Hell only cold sucks. I mean, Northstar Smiter pretty much just demolishes the entire game if you want to build a Northstar Smiter Acco. I can send you the video for my Northstar Smiter. You will demolish everything. Except for cows. Cows is probably the only thing you won't be able to do. Let me send you the North Star Smiter, my friend, so that you can win. The North Star Smiter is probably one of the most powerful builds I've ever created. Closest thing to meta that you're ever going to get. Absolutely demolishes hell difficulty, even on players 1. And I have a guided playthrough for you. So if you want to follow along behind me, I actually did this build from the beginning myself. So it took me quite a few episodes, but I even did Ubers on it. And you can literally just follow along with me, and you can play like right beside me. Here, I will link you the playlist of my solo self-found Paladin, which also did North Star Smiter. And I played on P8, by the way, which was the most difficult way that you can possibly play. So, solo self-found, players 8, North Star Smiter. If you follow along with me on non-solo self-found, players 1, you should be able to very easily just demolish the entire game. The only reason I struggle in that run is because I'm on a higher difficulty than most people ever play on. Like, nobody really ever plays on only P8. Like, even the higher, like, streamers that I've seen that do P8, they're always, like, swapping it down to P1 whenever they feel like they're getting challenged or they need to squeeze by something. Like, I don't drop it down from P8 at any point. Like, it is players 8 difficulty the entire time from the beginning of the game until the end of the game. I even do Ubers in players 8. And that build is very badly geared in the video because it's a solo self-found run. So I'm basically just doing with like whatever I can get my hands on. And even with like subpar gear, that character still destroyed the Ubers, which I was absolutely pleasantly surprised with. The players 1 version of the build would just demolish everything with ease. I think you'll really enjoy the character. It's extremely powerful. Very good single target, very good AoE, nigh unkillable. Like, you just have tons of defense, tons of block chance. Like, your entire character is just decked out to the nines. If you're dying on a North Star Smiter, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I feel like you must be doing the character wrong or something, because the North Star Smiter is just ridiculous. He's one of the most broken characters in the game. Resistances are easy to get. Things like Treachery, Aratha's set. I mean, there's a couple different ways you could approach it. Aratha's is great for Uber runs. Yeah. But like I said, Echo, you could just follow along with my solo self-found run. You know, start on episode 1 and just follow along right beside me. Pretty much use it as a guided playthrough, and you can just have fun with it. You can see how I do things and how I tackle my challenges, what kind of places I farm, etc. And under the rules that I'm using in that solo self-found run, yeah, I made it like unnecessarily difficult on myself. What is that? Where is the Flayer jungle? The Flayer dungeon? I'm in the Flayer jungle. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, there it is down there. Okay. I see you. Diamando. No, this is a dead end. I can read the tile. I don't even know why I'm going over there. Back across the bridge. I mean, solo self-found is solo self-found. Like, I don't know why people think solo self-found is apparently like single player, which it's not. Single player and solo self-found are two completely different things. I've had whole arguments with people on the internet about it. Like, I get upset because people just don't understand. They don't. It's not that they just don't understand or they don't want to understand. It's that they just like they're willfully belligerent on the topic. I mean, solo self-found is a special thing. It's fun to do. Like, it's one of my favorite ways to play the game because it makes things so difficult and you have to really use your brain and come up with ingenious ideas on how to bypass, like, you know, like how things work. Like, you can't just like cheat your way through by giving yourself all the doojanks. You gotta actually, you know, like, use your brain and figure stuff out. It's the MacGyver method. The hell am I listening to? Knock off Titanic? This sounds like The Heart Will Go On, but like not The Heart Will Go On. It's like The Spleen Will Go On. My spleen will spleen on, and my spleen will spleen, yes, it spleens. Okay. The knockoff Titanic music is gone. I don't know what we're listening to now. Sounds like Christmas music. Light and Airy by Anthony M. Maurer. Skip. The Dawn of Constantine by Vincent Lebov. There's lots of V's in there. You missed a few months of streams. Why did you miss a few months of streams? Why would you not come and hang out with me, Charles? Let's go get the smack talk gossip from the smack talk gossip from Alcor. Who's Alcor gonna smack talk today?
What do you need? You came here with mischief? That old tour guide to the stupid? I'm surprised you made it here in one piece.
He smack talked Mashif. He always smack talks somebody. There's always somebody he smack talks. He's a smack talker.
Yes?
Give my ring. Ormus, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Did you pull this out of the trash? Take that back. I don't want that. I don't want that garbage. You pulled that out of the dookie, didn't you? You pulled it out of the poopy land. That's a poopy ring. He's like, I pulled this out of the latrine. Huh? Get out! Leave me alone, stone pox. Lightning enchanted. Yuck. Die. Next. Down, up, and the left and right. And then over here, and then over here. And then over here, and over here. Superior longsword. 3 sockets. Meh. First Annihilus, 13, 10, 9. Could be worse. Yeah, 9% on the EXP. That's not bad. 10's max, right? Or am I misremembering? I mean, an Annie is an Annie is an Annie, though. I mean, if you didn't have an Annie, that's better than not having an Annie. I still can't find a Soj on single player to get an Annie with, so you're ahead of me by leagues and bounds. Leagues and bounds and bounds and leagues and leagues and bounds and bounds and leagues. Dragonkin demo? What is the Dragonkin demo? Dragonkin the Banished official demo trailer.
Has already begun.
Ah, it's loud. Get ready to unleash your power and kill the Dragon Lords to reclaim the world and put an end to the draconic corruption. Play the Dragonkin demo now and add the game to your wish list. Link in the description. Link in the description. Was that 7 hours ago? I guess we can give it a try sometime. Looks kind of neat. What's up, Big Pimpin'? I don't have a Soj. I wish I had a Soj. Oh, Darkado got a Soj. Yeah, Darkado got a Soj. He's a dirty hoe, but I mean... a dirty dang hoe. Hey, Jessfin with the Prime sub. 8 months. Hell yeah, buddy. Jessfin coming in with the support. Kevin and Jessfin today. I'm making some bank today. I might be able to eat some food. Just food. Nothing special, just food. I might be able to eat food. look at me like that. Most of the money go to Bill, okay? It go to the bill. Where's Cody? Cody's been asleep the entire time. He is out like a light. I don't know why he's so tired. Apparently he had a really rough day. It's been a rough day for Kubus. Him's had a rough ones. It's a very rough day. Him's not feeling too good today. You're wearing your Kuba shirt today? I guess we can call Kubus up for a visit. All I gotta do is wrinkle a wrapper like this. Cody, do you want the beef on stick? Cody. I'm blowing beef on stick at him. Cody, come here. Come get your beef on stick. Come on. Can you come up here and get your beef on stick? Come on. Come on, monster dog. Let's go. Get up here. She wants his beef on stick. You gotta come up here and get that. Cause this no, I don't want to come up there. You some monsters. Monster dog. This a monster dog. He said, give me that beef on stick and stop playing with me. He said, no, that's really good. I like the beef on sticks. He said, give it to me. That's good. You like that? He said, yeah, that was good, but that's too small and it's more. He said, that's a big dog and I just need more beef on sticks tonight. He said, I need at least like 23 beef on sticks. 23 beef on sticks, huh? Almost 23. He said, that's not a good number. 23 beef on sticks. What about these teefums in here? What about these big monster teefums? He said, that's my teefums. Can I have a fang? Put it on a necklace? Can I wear it like a key? Can you give me a fang so I can wear it? I want a Kubus fang. Wearing. I want one Kubus fang. Just one. Just one fang. Can I have the fang? He said, no, you can't have my fangs. I got the... All right, Cody. Do you? No, I got you in a headlock. Where you going? No, I got you. I got you. No, no. Okay, you ready? Cody, you ready? You ready? Tacos. Cody, tacos. Cody, do you want to go? He said, I'm getting out of here. He said, don't give me no head 'em locks. He said, I'm going back to bed. He said, I'm sleeping. What shield would you use on an endgame Javazon? Depends on what you're doing. Storm shield is really good for cows because of the physical damage reduction. It just makes like running cows super easy. You don't have to worry about getting killed by them or anything. You can also run there's tons of different options. Headhunter is really good, especially if you load it up with a bunch of +3 mana after each kill jewels. You can also run plus the skill equipment like spirits and all sorts of other things. I mean, that also works. Rhyme shield works for the magic find if you're trying to build like a magic find character. Rhyme's good because it gives you cannot be frozen. You don't have to worry about like your Raven Frost. across the bazaar. You have found the book. Two lower resist, one socket, poopies. It is the poopies. What kind of doopies? It is the poopies, the poopy doopies. Alright, let's grab the waypoint. Huh. Those were in the original game too. That's cool. Interesting. Cody, did you get yourself some Watums? Where's your Mr. Alligator? Where's him at? Where's Mr. Skater? Where's Mr. Skater? Where's him at? Cause this of them's right here. Alright, good. I'm gonna steal your Mr. Gator. That's my gator. Ha ha. That's my gator. I got you Mr. Alligator. Him's the goodest boy, and I'm gonna pet him and give him scratches. And I'm gonna give him some snackums too, and then put some snackums in there. Poor alligator. All tore up. But it's the you better give me back my gator. That's my gator. That's my alligator. Him is my goodest boy. Cause you better stop. You better give it to me. He's looking at me real hard. He said, you better give me that. This my gator. This my alligator. This my buddy. He said, no. Whoa. What if I give Mr. Alligator a chip? I'm gonna give Mr. Alligator a chipums. Here you go, Mr. Alligator. Here you can have the chipums. There you go. He gets so jealous. You see him steal the alligator and then get the alligator's chip? Alligator's not allowed to have chips. Okay? He's not allowed. Four sockets, all res 25. I think I got a better one of those. 25's kind of low. What's up, Maggie Laggy? How's it going? Welcome. Death mask. 2 sockets. I think we just found a new helmet for our girl.
I'll put that to good use.
Perfectio. She was wearing some poopy doops. You have an Asus gaming laptop, screen flickers both 60 and 144 hertz. Any suggestions? What do you mean flickers? Like, what are we talking about? Is this something that only you can see, or is this something that that you can screenshot and send to somebody else? Like, what are we talking about? What? It's gotta be this way. You can screenshot the glitches. Okay, so then it's not your monitor. So the reason why I asked that question was because if you can screenshot the glitches and it's not the monitor itself, which generally means that it's something wrong in the software. Yeah, I mean, whether you can screenshot it or not is specifically going to determine whether it's a hardware issue or whether it's a software issue. If you cannot if you cannot screenshot it, then it's most likely something wrong, like with the monitor itself. So like the actual physical monitor. If you can screenshot it, then it's probably some sort of software issue, or it could be something wrong with the GPU. Is this a discrete card in the laptop, or is this a integrated card in the laptop? That's another question. Discrete means that it's a separate card other than the CPU. Integrated means that the CPU and the GPU are essentially the same chip. Yes, Cody. Cody said, I was sleeping and you woke me up. He said, I was being a goodest boy. And you had to anger the goodest boy and turn him into the baddest boy. And that's what happened. And that's so now you just going to have to suffer the consequences. Why you grumbling at me, Cody? What I do? I didn't do nothing to be there grumbling at me. Cody said, but I was gonna go pebble doodles. I love messing with Cody. He does his little whines, I'll do them right back to him. What? Coach said, don't make fun of me. That's rude. Okay, that's not nice. Dude making fun. He said, I don't appreciate that.
All this trouble
You
over
have
a
found the
tattered
book.
book.
I mean, I would try a lot of the standard stuff first, JTOX. A lot of the standard stuff is update your drivers, update GPU drivers, update your chipset drivers, which is also kind of important. Check and see if there's a BIOS update for your laptop. That's like the first three things I would probably try. Yeah, Armory Crate will update some of the stuff, but it won't do BIOS updates for you. It will not do the boss epithets.
I can't
Look
carry
at all my baskets, tisket a tasket, gonna come down and kick your freaking basket. I don't really care what you gotta say anyway. Gonna hit you right in your stupid basket ways. Basket and Robbins. I'm gonna go down to Basket and Robbins, guys, and I'm gonna get myself a new basket. Let's find a way out. Let's get out of here. Run fast for your mama, fast for your daddy. Don't let them catch you, cause they spank you funny. Leave all your brothers and sisters behind, cause they tried to steal your share of the candy. That's right. They're candy thieves. You got a Breath of the Dying? Oh, congrats, Maggie Laggy. 1108. What'd you make it in? One-handed, two-handed, pike. Oh, actually, I don't know. I usually like to make mine in the faster weapons myself. I like speed over damage. I want to hit fast. Fast as can be. Fast as fast can be. Fast as fast can be, you'll never catch me. Fast as fast can be, you'll never catch me. Oh, fast as fast can be, you'll never catch me. Fast as fast can be. Boom, 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 boom. Death. No, my mercenary died. Stop spam healing each other, you little turds. Why are you so ouchy? You are mean and you have amplified damage and me do not like this. It hurt a lot and my face don't like give smack. Stab, 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 stab.
Skatsum's reign is renewed. I am overburdened.
Ah. I gotta go back to town. I dropped this crap off anyway. Put you in there. Put that. One little, two little, three little poopies, four little, five little, six little poopies. Seven little, eight little, nine little poopies. Her lie in the poopies. Alright, let's go repair real quick. I know you don't do hardcore, but I want to see a playthrough on each car from you in hardcore. Mom. So normally when I play Diablo 2, I deliberately choose the silliest classes and the silliest builds because I want to have fun. And more often than not, you will find me deliberately choosing these silly pathways in softcore because I like to have fun playing the game. If I played hardcore, I would probably just pick the most boring builds that I know aren't going to die because, well, what's the point of picking one of the silly builds that I know is going to die? That's so silly, and I know that they're going to die. Like, I'm well aware that a lot of the times the builds that I'm choosing are subpar and that they're not going to be able to survive relatively well at all. So it's kind of a silly thing to request because all you're going to get is like the boring builds. The ones that literally aren't going to die no matter what. Will I do it for a Cuba snack? Meh. Fun is subjective with hardcore. I would disagree. I would highly disagree that hardcore is fun. My life is way too hectic. That's my biggest issue with hardcore. I can't count how many times Cody's doing something weird in the background or like licks the back of my leg or jumps up on the keyboard and gets me killed or distracts me at just the right moment. Or I'm reading chat and die. Like I can't. Like I would be dead in like 5 minutes, like over and over and over again. I don't think I would ever make it through a single run. I mean, assuming you play offline, you can avoid most of like the lag and various other things, but no, I would be dead so fast. It's not even funny. I'd just be perma-dead. Hardcore, North Star, or Fire Necro? Definitely not Necromancer. As much as I love Necromancer, the Necromancer is one of the weakest, most pathetic creatures in all of existence. Like, I die a lot on Necromancer. I love Necromancer, don't get me wrong, but he can't take a hit to save his life. I mean, he has basically no defensive mechanics whatsoever, except for maybe bone armor. Like, bone armor specifically might be his only defensive mechanic, other than hiding behind his army. You got one shot by the Ancients. You need a Malrune? What do you need a Malrune for? Grief? Yeah, North Star can do it, no problem. I'm sure he can. I mean, I'm not sure about all the way through, like, solo self-found, like, no problem, but I've already done North Star Smiter through most of the way without any deaths. Had a couple silly... The hell? Oh, it's through here. I was about to say, is the door just, like, not accessible? Like, what is going on? No, never mind. The door is not accessible. What? Wait. 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 Why are there so many little things on the map? A map is all glitched out or something. Like, look at it. Look. Pink doorway, right? So pink represents the doorway, right? Hold on. Let me bring my map up real big. What's the button to do that? I think I gotta go into the options because I think I disabled the button because I was tired of it happening by accident. Alright, so
It's locked.
one doorway, two doorways, three doorways, four doorways. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 doorways. Why are there 4 doorways? I can't even get to this one. This one's inaccessible, and this one doesn't seem to exist. This one is real, and this one is real. Look, this one doesn't exist. There's nothing here. I'm literally at it, and I can walk through it. This one up here you can't get to. Like, it's in the wall. It says that there's a door here, but there's no door here. It doesn't exist. And the door seems to be, like, in the wall over here for some reason. It's, like, behind the wall. I was literally going toward the door on the mini-map, and I'm like, why is there... Wait, what? And then here's the actual door, right? So I don't understand. There's like 4 doors on this map. Why is there 4 doors on the map? Cody the monster dog whining and complaining like a big old baby. He said, "Yeah, so what?" Well, he said, "So what?" You get a door, and you get a door, and everybody gets a door.
I need a key. I am overburdened.
Cody, why you cry like big baby? All day long, you just big baby cry. Don't worry, you're going to be downstairs with your mama, because I got to go work tonight. So, it's not even that long. I got to get out of here at like 9:30-ish. So, got like 34 minutes, and you can be free. You can be free. You can be free, Cody. You want to be free? Cody, be free. Cody. Gonna be free. Cody. Cody said, don't want to be free, want snackums. And you don't give snackums because you's a horrible owner and you's a turd face, and I don't like you. Turd face. I think my map is corrupted or something. My map file is corrupted. Look at it. It says another door right here. There's no door there. A jewel of joyfulness. Joyful, joyful, it's a jewelful, joyful, jewelful, joyful. It's a jewel of joyful, jewelful, joyful of Jews. Yes, for some reason that turned into Jews. I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and man, they cracked me up because I had heard about this before, but like a lot of the times the Jews in ancient times would get discriminated against just simply because people owed them money and they didn't want to repay their debts. And I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and he literally says, you know, he says, I don't think the people are going to be upset that they don't have to pay back their debts. He goes, let's just tell them to go in there and like destroy the whole Jewish quarter and kill everybody. And sure enough, like all the citizens go in there and like murder all the Jews. And I'm just like, but the king, he literally says, oh, and he goes, you guys think you're not going to have to pay back your debts to the Jews, huh? He goes, well, don't worry about it. Once they're dead, he goes, you can pay back the debts that you owe to the Jews to me. No, that was King Sigismund. In the game, it was between King Sigismund and King Wenceslas, and King Sigismund was a ginger fox. They called him the ginger fox. He had like girly. I don't even know how to explain it. Like the first time I saw him, I was like, does he have like Shirley Temple curls? Like like have you guys ever seen Shirley Temple? I may be dating myself here for age. Like Shirley Temple level hair curls. Let me see if I can find a color picture of like Shirley Temple. There you go. So like Shirley Temple curls, right? And then like King Sigismund was literally the same. King Sigismund. King Sigismund had the curls too. I'm literally slowly dying in the background here because the monsters won't leave me alone. There you go, boys. Shirley Temple and King Sigismund. Pretty curls. He's got the pretty curls there. He's got the pretty curls. I wonder how much he had to pay for that. Guy had fancier hair than... that guy probably spent more money on his hair than most people, like, owned in their entire lives. Nightmare.
I need a key. It's locked.
My goal is to get this girl set up so she can start handling cows. That's my goal. She doesn't need to do anything special. I just want her as a cow farmer. Maybe she can do some Ubers or something. I don't know. I think I already have like an Uber character anyway, but... So you played Barb Merc on Ubers? What do you mean? Mercenaries are generally useless in Ubers, if that's what you're asking. Like, that's... and keeping them alive in Ubers is next to impossible. Unless you grab, like, the bow girl, because the bow girl stands back and doesn't get smacked in the face. She's the only one that usually survives for me, because she's not in the fight. Either that or the Act 3. For the same reason, because he's not in the fight. Have I ever tried to speedrun? Nah, I don't really care about speedrunning. I think speedrunning is stupid. I think it's stupid. To me, speedrunning is the art of not playing the game. That's what speedrunning is. It's like, how can I not play the game as much as I possibly cannot play the game? I have a great disdain for the speedrunning community in general, because I feel like the speedrunning community is literally just the definition of, I don't really feel like playing the game. How do I get away with not playing the game as much as I would possibly want to not play the game? Best description of speedrunning I've ever heard? Yeah, exactly. I also don't really like the mental gymnastics that speedrunners go through to like validify their actions. Like I feel like the mental gymnastics that they go through are just hilarious. I've spent hours just laughing at speedrunners for like the stuff that they try to metastatize like into existence. Like I can't even explain it any other way other than like it's like some sort of cancer growing, because that's kind of what it is. I can give you examples. Like let me give you a real example so that you know I'm not just like talking out of my butt cheeks. So a real example would be Skyrim. So my girlfriend was flipping through and she pulled up like a Skyrim speed run, and I was mildly interested because, you know, Skyrim is a game that I'm playing, and I was thinking about how they could potentially, you know, speedrun Skyrim. And little did I know that they weren't actually going to be playing Skyrim, right? They weren't going to be playing the game at all. What they were going to be doing was they were going to be, like, cheating their way across the game in the most asinine manner possible, right? But, you know, it wasn't necessarily so much the fact that they were, like, teleporting across entire distances and skipping, like, entire swaths of the map, but more so that as I listened to this guy talk, he's like, so in the speedrunning community, loading screens don't count for your speedrun because, you know, everybody's loading screens are different. And so technically your loading screens don't really mean anything. So I've devised a plan that involves using a load screen glitch method that allows me to teleport across the map wherever I want to go as quickly as I possibly can. This guy proceeded to tell the entire community that he had a speed run that was like 2 minutes and 5 seconds or something, right? And I looked at the length of the video, and the length of the video was like 4 hours long. And every single time he went into a load screen, he would pause the timer. And every single time he came out of the load screen, he would immediately go back into a load screen, so the timer would only go up by like 2 seconds or like 5 seconds or something. And this boy spent like 3 hours and 50 some odd minutes in load screens, and then had the audacity to say that his speed run was like a 2 minute, 30-second speed run. And I'm like, this has got to be the most ridiculous mental gymnastics I've ever seen in my life. So my 4-hour speed run is really a 2 minute and 30-second speed run because loading screens don't count, right? So I'm just going to exploit this to the most asinine degree. Well, loading screens don't count, so... I don't know. I tried to watch some of the D2 speedruns. I don't really like them either. They skip by everything. They don't kill anything. They're just constantly running and like it's just I don't know. I don't really like it. It's just weird. I've watched Kano. I've watched Llama a couple times. I watched I think I even watched regular Schmuck do a little bit of speed running as well. And like none of it. Like I'm sitting here just thinking to myself the entire time like I hate this. Well, have fun watching Kano then. Like, ain't no love lost for me. Like, if you want to watch Kano do his speedruns, go watch Kano do his speedruns. I'm gonna be over here playing the game and having fun. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I don't really consider it skill. I consider it just simply taking the easy roads.
I need a key.
If I told you there was a prescribed method for making cookies, and you follow the recipe to make cookies, then you've followed the recipe. If you don't have a recipe and you have to wing it, then that's skill, in my opinion. Like, that's you applying your knowledge and your understanding of how cooking works and coming up with a recipe that makes sense, right? If you already know the prescribed method and you're just applying it as if it's a recipe to the prescribed method, I don't really consider that to be skill. Like when, you know, the first time somebody hits level 99 and they're playing the most generic hammered in that's ever existed with the same generic equipment that everybody's used across the board for 1,000 years, using the same generic like blueprint that everybody uses. There's no ingenuity there. There's no fun there. You're following a blueprint and you're using it to the end. They're just prescribed methods towards an ending. And D2 speedruns are more about getting lucky and finding the appropriate items. Like, wow, I got myself a Treads of Seathon, like at level 5. And then you're booking it across the map because you got a Treads of Seathon at the beginning of the game. Or, you know, you get lucky and you get like a friggin', you know, the right rune combination so you can make your black early on and get your crushing blow. Like, I don't... there's too much randomness involved. Well, one of the fastest speed runs I saw, the guy just got lucky. He got so lucky. Like, it wasn't skill. He just happened to get like the best drops ever. Like he got freaking everything in the world he ever needed for the speed run. It was like, oh, okay. So he like got like a Shaco, a freaking like all the runes he needed to make everything he needed, like the perfect base to get what he needed. Like everything lined up like stars in a constellation. I was like, no wonder it was the fastest speed run out there because he literally got everything he needed during the run. And then you compare that to somebody who doesn't get everything you need, and you're like, oh, he's slower. But he's slower because he didn't get what he needed.
It's locked. It's locked.
Like I said, I'll leave that to the people who want to do speedruns. I don't enjoy that kind of thing. I just don't enjoy it. I like having fun playing the game. That's what I like to do. 2 sockets. It's poopy. Yeah, it's for level 18. It's kind of poopy. Elemis leveled a 99 Singer Barb? Yeah, he did, and then he went insane. Or they hit 99 on a Zoo Druid? Yeah, pretty much. I look at it from a completely different perspective, Despise. How I look at it is that a game is designed in a certain way to be played a certain way. Like, if I was a game developer and I created a game that had, you know, like specific rules, used like, you know, like balls and had like nets and stuff like that, and somebody came in and was like, all right, I'm going to play this my way, and they start pulling my game apart. They start taking pieces of my game away. And, like, before you know it, there's, like, hardly anything left of my game because they figure out, you know, some sort of exploit within the rules, and they're like, okay, well, I don't need the net, and I only need one of the balls. I don't need both of these balls. And like, they completely ruin the spirit of what makes the game special. And as the developer, I'm, like, appalled, you know, and I go through the process of trying to fix that and close those exploits and make it so that the game is, you know, like, not exploitable, right? And many content creators, many developers do that. So, like, in games, I can use Elden Ring as an example. So in Elden Ring, there was this mountain when the game first came out, and the players were climbing on top of this mountain, and they were using a specific combination of attacks to basically fly across the entire world by using this mountain. The developers found out that the speedrunners were using this mountain, and they deleted the mountain. Okay? Deleted it from existence. Now, you take that example, and you can't infer anything else. That literally the developers were upset that the speedrunners were using this as a way to bypass the game's mechanics. Like, the Diablo 2 developers don't exist anymore. So they're not here to fix the loopholes. And because of that, all of the loopholes that they're using are just ways that you bypass the game. That's why I don't see speedrunning as actually playing the game. I don't consider it as an actual method of playing the game. I consider it completely the opposite, which is, as I said earlier, I consider it to be finding a way to not play the game as much as you can possibly not play the game. Like, speedrunning, by its very definition, is literally the process by which you find the way that is the least amount of effort possible, which means you're putting the least into the game that you would possibly ever put into the game, which by definition means you are playing the game the least that you can play it. And why would you want to play a game the least that you can possibly play the game? Like, let me watch this movie speedrun. All right, I watched only the important bits. I cut it down to only the plot points, cut out all the filler, the sex scenes, everything. Like, we don't have to listen to any of the conversations between any of the characters. We just boil down this 2.5-hour movie, and we're going to take out all the pieces that are important. So there's a 2-minute piece here, there's a 3-minute piece here, there's a 4-minute piece here, there's a 6-minute piece here, and then there's another couple little tiny little pieces in between. And the 2-hour and 30-minute movie can be compressed down into 5 minutes. I have now speedrun the movie. I am now watching a movie for 5 minutes. Like, how is that enjoyable to anyone? I don't understand. Like, why would you want to take a 2-hour and 30-minute movie, which is made for your enjoyment, and boil it down to only the necessary components, and take that 2-hour and 30-minute movie and compress it down into 5 minutes? Where's the enjoyment in that? I don't see it. I want to watch the movie. I want to enjoy the entire thing. I want to hear, like, frickin' Bruce Willis say, say his famous lines where he's like, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, and drop the frickin' monitor down on the people and blow up the whole building. Like, I want to see the entire thing. There are tons of ways to challenge yourself in this game that do not involve skipping all the content. There's thousands of millions of ways that you can challenge yourself. You can play difficult classes. You can play difficult builds. You can play characters with weapons that they're not supposed to use, like two-handed paladins. You can play barbarians with daggers. You can play poison dagger necromancers. You can play all sorts of crazy things to challenge yourself. You can challenge yourself to solo self-found. You can challenge yourself to solo self-found players 8. You can challenge yourself to do Ubers. with like a character on player's 8 that might not necessarily be able to achieve that. There's 1,000 ways you can challenge yourself, and speed runs is just not a fun type of challenge. Maybe it's fun for you guys to watch. Maybe that's what you guys are trying to say. You want to watch it. I don't really like watching it. Every time I watch a speed run, though, like for me, I always just feel like I'm just like disgusted. I feel disgusted. Especially when they just abandon runs. Like, that jank pisses me off more than anything. Like, they start a run and they're like 10 or 15 minutes into the run and like something doesn't go the way that they want it to and they just abandon the run and start over. And I literally will watch one of the speedrunners just like do these runs and they just abandon the runs. Like, just like they're just constantly abandoning runs. Like, just all day long. They're just like abandoned. Oh, that didn't go right. Oh, I didn't get the item I wanted. Oh, I didn't get the boots I want. Oh, I didn't get the rune I wanted. Oh, abandon. So it's like just constantly abandoning the runs. It's boring. Like, half the time you spend like 3 hours watching a guy kill like the same monster over and over and over again, and then deleting his character because the monster didn't drop the item that he wanted, and then going back and killing the same monster again.
It's locked.
I mean, if you enjoy speedruns, you want to do speedruns, you want to watch people play speedruns, there's people for that. I'm not that guy. I am not that guy. Don't think I ever will be. Not that I can't be that guy. I could be that guy. Like, if I forced myself to, I could be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. Who that blowing up my phone? Minecraft speedruns, they abandon runs all day long. Yeah. I mean, everything's got to be perfect. Actually, I take it back. There is one speedrunner I enjoyed watching. There is one. There is one speedrunner I enjoy watching. But it's old school games. It's not anything new. His name is Darbian. I'm not sure if you've ever seen Darb. Let me pull up one of his videos. I actually got into him a little while back from like some of his speed runs. I like his speed runs. I don't know what it is about his speed runs, but the way that he approaches things, I think, is just so much cooler than the way that a lot of other people approach speed runs. And I sat there watching some of his speed runs live, you know, like actually talking to him and stuff. Man, he's got so many speed runs. Let me link his I'll link his channel in here if you guys want to watch him. I would highly recommend watching Darbian. Darbian is amazing. I got to take it back for Darbian. Darbian speed runs are fun to watch, but it's really because he's playing older games, like these older Nintendo titles. And there's a certain brutality in these older games that is hard to capture. And so when he restarts the game, it doesn't really feel like too bad of a deal because we're playing a game that literally you only got like 3 lives, and if you die, like that's it. Like I can understand the resetting of these older titles. He did like the world. He had like the world champion or a world record for like just Super Mario Brothers, which I thought was really cool. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Yeah, and he would reset it a lot, but I mean, I can understand. with this particular type of game, this old school style where it's like it's the most brutal type of game where you only have like a couple lives. You got to make sure you do everything absolutely precise. Like this stuff's like pixel perfect. I can't remember what his time was.
NiNi.
He was really close.
Please, 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 please. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it. Did I break the camera? I kind of broke the camera. That was it. That was it. That was it.
Yeah. I like watching him. He's cool. I like Darbian. Darbian's great. Well, I mean, and that's maybe the reason why I actually enjoy the older ones is because there's very little that you can do to like cheese the crap out of the game. Those older games are very basic, and although there are some exploits that you can use to try and bypass some of the mechanics, for the most part, you do actually have to play the game. And I think maybe that's what draws me to those older speedruns is that they're not trying their best to not play the game. They're actually playing the game, which is interesting to me. You kidding me? I love Darbian. I'd love to play a game with him one day. I'm sure he would like whoop my booty cheeks in just about any game we played, but he seems like that kind of person. He looks like he got some mad skills on the NES. Might have to take him over to the Nintendo 64 just so we can level the playing field a little bit. Do some GoldenEye 007. I actually missed Darby in streams. I haven't seen him stream in a while. Unless I just missed it. Nah, I prefer not to play hardcore. I don't have jab. Oh, I do have jab. Never mind. We need to jab him. Yeah. To be fair, GGM, it's also possible to force your arm in the wrong direction. Why are we forcing our arm in the wrong direction? What is the reasoning for this? Why do you hurt the GGM? Why does it hurt us, precious? Why does it hurt us? Why does it be mean to us, precious? Oh, I had to kill my merc. Stupid hydras, man. I like the Hobbit. The Hobbit's good. Somebody was in here the other day saying that they hated the Hobbit and that the Hobbit was the worst thing that ever existed.
Good day.
And I was like, you take that back, or I'm gonna ban you.
Yes.
So I actually kind of discovered Darbian because Darbian was watching my videos. which I completely had never expected in 1,000 years. Darbian was watching my stuff, and he was commenting on my videos, and I looked him up because he had commented on my videos, and then I found his videos, and I was actually pleasantly surprised with his videos. This is one of his comments right here. He said, "Hey, thanks for making these videos. Diablo 2 and old school Counter-Strike were my high school addictions back in the day, and I remember spending countless hours on the Area Summit website, looking through all the items in the game that I'd probably never find. Really enjoy learning about many of the lesser discussed items, as well as creative use cases that aren't so obvious from looking at stats. Keep up the great work." And then somebody was like, "Look at Darbian making an appearance." Darbian, I actually met him on my channel because he was watching my stuff. And I was like, pfft. And then I saw his stuff, and I liked his stuff too. I started hanging out in his live streams. When's the last time he's live streamed, by the way? We need to jump on Darbian and get him back on here. It's time to jump back on Darbian. Let's get him. Let's get him. Let's get him.
I gotta get Marcus.
I think his last video was like 3 years ago. It's really upsetting. Unless I just haven't seen him go live. Maybe I just haven't seen him go live. Sort by date. Well, his last video on here posted is from 3 years ago, but that might not necessarily be the last time he live streamed. Stop being mean to our Arshoner. Mario was tired of doing his bidding, so Mario killed him. I mean, I guess. I also really like Karma Jolt. Karma Jolt's pretty good too. He's not a speedrunner, but he likes to do he does these really neat videos where he points out like really cool things within certain like old school titles. He has a lot of shorts, like tons and tons of shorts. Like here's one of his more popular shorts. It was one of
Today, we jump over the flagpole. Step 1, stand on these blocks and slowly inch to the right until you get this turtle to appear on the screen. Step 2, just as that turtle is about to fall into the pit, jump to the upper left corner of the screen and you should be able to jump on top of him. Now, when he wakes up, he'll start walking to the right and he will be underground. Step 3, follow that underground turtle all the way to the end of the stage. And it might take a while because after all, he is a turtle, or is he a tortoise? He's a Koopa, and I forgot what step we were on, but now that we're at the end of the stage, you'll want him to be towards the end of this green hill that you see in the background, so that when you jump above the screen, you can bounce on him and over the flagpole. When you're on the other side, you'll notice that there is a singular brick block hidden up against the castle for some reason. Also, there's nothing here. You can keep running to the right and the background will just loop until you run out of time. But I know you've always wanted to try this, so try it and tell your friends I'm great.
Karma Jolt has some pretty cool stuff too. There's a lot of really neat little things that I've learned about some of the older titles from like NES and SNES days. Had absolutely no clue about. I like it. I like being educated. I think that's the weirdest thing. I like learning. I like learning. I enjoy learning stuff. I want to learn. People that teach me things. I like people that teach me things. What are you teaching me today? The ever quest for knowledge. Die, Mephisto. Nobody likes you. Oh, look. An infernal sign of poopiness that nobody wants.
But still, there's something not right.
125%. That's not bad for a level 24 respike. Huh. It's even got AR on it. It's not awful. A D2R in VR. Yeah, maybe one day. Oh, man. I gotta hop off here soon. Well, I made it tag 4, though. In fact, I probably need to just go ahead and hop off now. Stupid work. Somebody send me like $1 million so I can just not have to work for the rest of my life. That'd be great. Thanks. We can be besties. Kevin probably will. He probably has already sent me like thousands of dollars at this point. He's basically my sugar daddy. Kevin, thank you for being my sugar daddy. I appreciate it. Speaking of supporting the channel, if you guys would like to support the channel, I am partnered with Dubby at this point. I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but since we're at the end of the stream, let me mention it again. If you guys want to get yourself some energy drinks, I do have a link. I'll share the link in the chat. So I am affiliated with these guys at this point, and I plan on doing like a little advertisement. But basically, it's just energy drinks. If you guys are interested in energy drinks, caffeine, obviously. I grabbed some of these myself. I got the solo leveling ones because I'm a geek and I like anime. Leave me alone. It seems pretty good. I've got them coming in. I haven't had a chance to like test all the flavors yet, but I'm actually looking forward to this Shadow Monarch one. That one sounds kind of good. It's blue raspberry purple grape, which sounds absolutely delicious. I hope it's as good as it sounds. Anyway, if you use that link or if you use the code GGMentor when you check out, you can also use the code GGMentor is the code. Obviously, I'm affiliated, so I get kickbacks for any purchase that you make on the website. So you can get yourself some energy drinks and support the channel at the same time if you guys are interested. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. Big shout out to Kevin and Jespin for all the donations and memberships. I really appreciate it. God, how much money did he donate? Like, what was that? 50, 100, 200, 300, 400? God dang, he dropped $400 on the channel. Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate it. And as always, keep watching.